Hello everyone, welcome to another Stardew Valley live stream. It's a Sunday, so we're going to explore game systems. In this one, we're going to take a look at farm maps. It's going to be a deep dive into all of the starting farm maps that are available in Stardew Valley, not counting any modded maps or mods, expansions, and stuff like that. So, if you go to a new game, one of the first decisions you have to make outside of your name and your farm and naming yourself and things like that, selecting all of your attributes and things, is what farm do you want to start on, right? So we've got the standard Riverland Farm, Forest Farm, Hilltop Farm, Wilderness Farm, Four Corners Farm, Beach Farm, and Meadowlands Farm. Each one of these has advantages, disadvantages, pros and cons, all that kind of stuff. And so that's what we're going to look at tonight. So first, let's just do a quick overview of what these look like. So if we switch over to an image here, turn me off. This is our standard farm when it first spawns. You know, we're familiar with most of the things on here, the house and the greenhouse. We got our 3 exits and things like that. We'll go into those in a little more detail. The next farm is the Riverland Farm. So that one looks like this. So you can already see a difference. We're going to explore how much farming space, how much total space, what the perks are, and things like that. You see the same things. You know, we have our exits, you know, in place. We've got our greenhouse and our house, and you know, all of our standard things that we're going to expect. The cave and the shrine, and sometimes they're hard to find, but the spawn points, we'll be looking at those as well. Next one on the list is our Forest Farm. Forest Farm, again, looks different layout, different perks and amenities and things like that. Standard stuff is all still there, though. Next after that, we've got the Hilltop Farm. Forest Farm is the favorite, yeah. I'm hoping to find out who likes which ones for sure. So this one obviously has some mining, some things like that in it. Different layout again. After that, we've got the Wilderness Farm. Wilderness Farm is the one that has monsters on it. You can identify most of our same things. You know, our exits are all where the exits are supposed to be and things like that. After that, we have the Four Corners Farm. So it's divided up into 4 quadrants. Each has a different little specialty. We'll talk about that. We've got the Beach Farm. Beach Farm is actually bigger than the other farms, and we'll take a look at that as well, although it does have some pluses and minuses. And our final one is our Meadowlands Farm. Again, different layouts, different perks, things along those lines. Now what's interesting is when you pick a farm, it also gives you different interiors to your house, right? So if we go over to our standard farm, right, this is what we're probably used to seeing. We've got all of our stuff in there. Then we've got our Riverland Farm. So a little bit different interior. You know, you can see the difference between different things on the walls. You're going to see all the same standard stuff. There's going to be a bed. There's going to be a TV. There's usually going to be a table and chair. And then after that, they kind of customize based off of which one it is, right? Different rug and things like that. Over to our Forest Farm, different wallpaper, more trees and stuff, different table. Then we've got our Hilltop, and it has kind of a mining theme going on. We've got our Wilderness Farm, so we've got kind of our monster stuff, a boarded up window, a little more danger oriented. We've got our Four Corners Farm, 2 benches, again, different wallpaper and things like that. We've got our beach tropical style farm, and then we have got our Meadowlands Farm with a different interior. This one actually comes with a dresser. I think it's the only one that has a dresser, if I remember right. I don't remember seeing a dresser on any of the others. Okay, so those are the previews. Now the last thing we're going to take a look at before we dig into an actual farm is I went ahead and compiled together some information. Right, this is going to be our kind of our key as to what we're doing. So in here, I've got all my farm types. Each one has kind of a strength or a theme that they tend to work on. So the main farm is based on farming. Riverlands is fishing, forest is foraging, mining for the hilltop, wilderness is combat, Four Corners is kind of designed for multiplayer, Beach Farm is for fishing and foraging, and Meadowlands is animal and farming. And then I pulled off the wiki the total number of tiles, the number of tillable, farmable tiles, and the number of non-tillable or non-farmable tiles. And then we've color-coded them by largest to smallest, right? So we can see our standard farm here has the most tillable tiles, whereas our hilltop farm, our forest farm has the least. These three actually all not the best for farming per se. Now the wiki did not have this piece of information here, the non-tillable for the Meadowlands, so I did some calculating myself, so that number might be a little bit off. Then you can see again total tiles. The other thing is when I pulled the images, you can see the image sizes. 5120 by 4160 are the original maps, right? So we get down to here. Then the new ones, as they kind of came in, you see some different sizes. Four Corners is square. The beach farm is huge. It's actually a bigger farm, at least the image size. And the Meadowlands is actually larger as well. So while the beach farm, interesting enough, you know, if we go back and look at the beach farm here, like there's a lot of water, but it's also a larger map. The zoom on this is 15%. So if I put this to 25%, let's say, right, we can see that I have to scroll to see the whole map from bottom to top. Whereas if I go to the standard farm here, let's just go back to the standard farm, and I put that one at 25%, I don't have to scroll, right? So it's actually physically a larger map. So that's something to consider as well. And then as we go through them, we'll talk about all these little sub features, right? Some of them come with an item. They all have different features and stuff available. So what we're going to do is we're going to load up all the farms. We're going to look around. We're going to go to all the locations on the farms. You know, we'll go to Grandpa's Shrine. We'll go to the cave. We'll go to the respawn point or the warp point. We'll look to see where the exits are. We'll go ahead and clear the farms. We'll look at the tillable land, and then we'll talk about any special features that each one has. So if you have any questions or want to do favorites, we'll probably throw some polls up here in a little bit in order to kind of talk about what people's favorite things are as far as that goes. So let me catch up on the chat and we'll get rolling here. Hi, Forest Farm. Yeah, throw your favorite in the chat before we get started. If you have a favorite, we've got Classy in with the forest. We've got Nancy in for Hilltop. Lydia, yeah, the dresser is nice. I like having the dresser. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go back. I have already set up 8 farms. So we've got Standard, Riverland, Forest, Hilltop, Wilderness, Four Corners, Beach, and Meadowlands. And we're just going to go through them in the order they are presented on the login screen. I've been enjoying the Meadowlands. That's what my Joja run is in Meadowlands. I've been really enjoying that one. So, okay, so we got Stan here with the standard farm. Let's go ahead and load him up. Now, I do have my cheat menus on here. So we are going to be able to do some things. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to up our inventory size. And we are going to grab some tools. So we'll get ourselves the scythe, hoe, pickaxe, and axe. All right, so let's go ahead and throw that over here. Don't need it. Let's get the axe is good, pickaxe and hoe, scythe. Okay, so this is the standard farm. This is the one that people are probably most familiar with. So here's our house. If we open up our crate, we get our parsnips. So we'll move those out of the way. Then that also kicks off cultivate and do a parsnip. Now there's one farm where that's different. We'll talk about that when we get to that. Okay, so if we go outside, we get our standard stuff. We can exit. We've got our house, different things like that. We're going to do our best to try to go and find things. Here is our warp location. If you warp in, here is our cave. If we can get to it, there we go. And then we've got Grandpa's shrine over here behind that tree. Our greenhouse sitting there ready to be built. And I don't know that I'm going to get to the southern exit, but there's our dog or cat bowl. I think it's a cat on this one. And then they all have this, like, again, if you get married, you get somebody to move into you, goes there. Okay, other things that exist on this farm. We've got a little pond here. You can put crab pots in that. I've done that before. And if we work our way down slowly here, we've got a nice pond here. Now, let's talk about strengths and weaknesses of this farm. The strength of this farm is farming, right? Almost all of the land here is tillable. Of the 3,662 total tiles that you can build something on, 3,427 of those are actually tillable, which means only 235 tiles are non-farmable, which is actually pretty amazing. Okay, so all farms have similar things, right? They've all got the debris that you have to eventually clear. They've got the stumps, and they've got the logs and the big boulders and stuff like that. Let's go ahead and let's fire up our tractor mod here. And let's clear out. Let's leave dead crops, debris. Chop, chop, chop. Okay, tree seed, saplings, grown. Let's leave the stumps. We'll take out the trees. Pickaxe. Can I do the boulders and meteorites? Let's leave those. Because we want to kind of see if that has anything. I think that'll work. All right. If it doesn't, we can do this one over. All right. So we are going to go ahead. First, let's get ourselves out of a little hole we're plugged in here. Grab ourselves a farm warp totem as well. Okay. First thing we're going to do. We're going to fire up the tractor. Now, this is the default tractor. It can do things like that. But let's get a little aggressive here. We're just going to crank this baby up. And we are probably going to level by doing this. What we want to get a feel for here is really what kind of space are we dealing with. Now I think, okay, it's leaving these, but it is clearing those stumps. So let's check that first. Because I was hoping to leave those. Let's see, chopped trees grown, stumps, seeds, saplings grown. Chopped bushes. Let's take that. Dead crops, live crops. Clear debris. Let's see if that makes a difference. Clear non-fruit tree stumps. This doesn't affect giant stumps, which count as debris. Unfortunately, if I take that off, let's try it that way. Yeah, so now it's not clearing these ones out, which is kind of unfortunate. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll run with that style, because I want to see where all the stumps and stuff are. Alright, here we go. . 'Cause 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 Let's go ahead and real quick, I'm gonna up my inventory. And let's put stuff back where we had it before. So let's grab our scythe, our pickaxe, our axe, and our hoe. Okay. This time I think we're leaving the stumps, so that's what we're looking to do. Oh, we got those in the wrong spots. Axe goes there. There we go. Alright, so we'll leave the wood debris for right now, just so we can kind of see what we're doing. We'll clear it in a second. Drive to the south here. Actually, let's do one more little experiment. Playing with the tractor mod here a little bit as well. Let's go down to a smaller tractor. And let's turn back on clear debris from here. Alright, let's see if... Okay, actually that'll work. Cool. Okay, if I use my weaker tool, I can't clear the stumps. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to find out. Alright, let's crank this back up. There we go. Now we're leaving the stumps as well. Okay, so I think we've got most of this farm cleared. So let's talk pros and cons of this farm. First off, you know, early on, the stumps we should be able to clear. So let's go ahead and turn that back on. But when you first start out, chop tree, there we go. When you first start out, there's limitations on your abilities, right? Now, obviously, energy is going to be a big one. But one of the things we want to look out for are these things that we can't clear early on. The nice part about this farm is being that it is just basically big and open. There's nothing that's going to kind of block us there. Now, it might ruin some of our planning, right? Like if you wanted to plant crops up here, let's go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of extra move speed. Okay, so like if I wanted to plant crops up here, you know, with my current axe, I can't break this stump, right? This is going to be true on every farm, but what we're looking for is any time that these could potentially block us. Now, I think there's things in the code that it's not going to block your exit here, right? So we can exit the farm. Like if you got one of these stumps here would be bad, but I don't think I've ever seen that. Okay, so we have Grandpa's Shrine. We've got our cave. If you really think about it, the things you're going to interact with early on are probably your house, your exits. So exit there and exit there, and your southern exit, right? So our southern exit being right down here by the pond. On this farm, that exit is right below the pond. So, you know, sometimes you have to run around that. Obviously, if there's lots and lots of grass, moving around is going to slow you down at first as well. So having this much tillable land also means you could get lots and lots of grass. Let's go ahead and up our game here a little bit. We'll grab our iridium tools. Probably don't need the scythe, but we'll get the axe. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and tractor mod back up here. And now we'll go ahead and take that out. And let's go back into the tractor mod. And clear our boulders. Alright, so notice the pickaxe is trying to do that. It can't. There we go. Alright, chop those out. Clear these out. Clear those out. And I think we are clear. Okay, so what are the advantages of this farm? Well, right now, hopefully you can see. Is that a seed? Let's check that. Yeah, let's clear seeds as well. There we go. So you can probably see just the sheer amount of farming space that we have here. Hey, Parker, good to see you. And to show that, then we're going to go ahead and go into tillable land. Now, you can till under the greenhouse once we get the... Well, once we would upgrade that greenhouse. Okay. So that is all the land that is tillable. So let's go ahead and we're going to pull a screenshot now. Okay, so that's our standard farm in its standard format. Let's go ahead and open up here. There we go. So you can see this farm is definitely designed for farming, right? All of that land there is something that you could farm on. So if you look at it compared to where we started, you know, again, that's our starting farm. You know, you can see where the grass had grown and things like that. Grass grows on tillable land. So even for a ranching farm, this is a very strong farm because all that tillable land could also be ranchable land. We catch up on the chat here. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, if you get blocked, get your door blocked. That's rough, Nix. Okay, so pros and cons of the standard farm. Well, first off, it's just kind of standard, right? So if we look at this, there's not a lot of extra features outside of just the sheer amount of tillable crops. Of all the farms, this has the most plots. Also, of all the farms, this one is the one that has the most, like the largest square. Like you could plant a square from here down to here, down to here, down to here. So if you wanted one big field, or if you want to put like Junimo farms in, things like that, this farm definitely is the one that has that kind of space. Let's go ahead and see. Can I just cheat my way into this? I think I can. Might have to sleep, but... where's the greenhouse? Reward greenhouse. There we go. Let's go ahead and go sleep. Which will save this farm. So, do I want to go back and see anything? We can always make another one if we need to. Well, there's how much mining and foraging experience you get for just clearing your own farm. Which is kind of crazy to think about. Alright, that's because we got the greenhouse. Okay, so our greenhouse should be done here. So let's go ahead and Oh, it's Tuesday. Let's make it Thursday. Wake up, Robin. Go to work. No, where's Robin going? Alright, let's pick a different day. Time. We might have to save again here. Because I think once she escapes, I don't think I'm going to get her back. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to go to Wednesday. And let's go home real quick. Ooh, what'd I get? Strong windstorm during the night. I think that's their raccoon house, right? Alright, let's go back to the carpenter shop. Hope that Robin's in a better working mood today. Alright, anybody's standard farm is their favorite. If you're really, really into farming. Okay, so all we're going to do here is, now that we built the greenhouse, we can move it. Let's wedge the house in over here. Yeah, good enough. All right. It is nice. So, okay. So now that we've cleared the greenhouse, we can see it opens up that farming space as well. All right. So let's re-till out our land here. Get all of the land that didn't stick overnight. Alright, so now if we pull another screenshot. Alright, let's grab that one. There we go. Okay, so now you can see all of that space under the greenhouse is also tillable land. So you could really create yourself literally a big square patch of farm that would basically take up, I'm going to say 2/3 of this. Not to mention you could still farm that. So as far as tillable land goes, this one is our beast, right? You can see that the vast majority of it is tillable. And again, tillable ground also means grass could grow there. So kind of keep that in mind. Okay. Well, this one being our standard farm is kind of our baseline for comparison. So if we think about it, again, it doesn't have any huge perks as far as anything extra outside of this giant tillable space. And it is definitely built for farming. That is the core of this one. All right, let's go ahead and switch to the next one. But before we get to Riverlands, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back on to our second farm. Our second farm is the Riverland farm. So let's remind ourselves what this one looks like. Definitely deeper in the area of fishing, right? So this is definitely a farm where a lot more fishing based opportunities. Just as an initial thing, I do see most of the land is tillable, although it does appear there is less of it. So that's something to definitely consider as well. We've got our shrine. We have our cave. I believe the warp place is right there. We've got our southern exit, our eastern exit, and our northern exit. Let's go ahead and take a look at the features of this farm. So the Riverland is towards the bottom of our actual fishing, right? Let me turn me off. There we go. So at 1,578 farmable tillable tiles, but even on total tiles, this has the least amount of space at 2,094. So it only has 516 tiles that you can build on that aren't tillable. One of the best, or the early perks on this one, is you start with a fish smoker. So if we look here, as we come into the game, you know, right here, we've got a fish smoker already here. We can open up our things. We get our parsnips. Hey, Debbie, how you doing? Hope you're feeling better. Oh, that sucks. Well, get to feeling better. Take care of yourself for sure. Oops, I hit the A key. There we go. So we got the fish smoker. Other things to consider. This one is considered a fishing farm, right? So the idea behind this one is, while you still can plant crops, there are 1,578 crops you could plant. It's not necessarily the easiest farm to plant on, right? You know, it's like you've got probably some stuff here, a pretty decent little plot here south, and then you've got individual islands, and we'll clear this in a second just to kind of see what it looks like. So definitely on all the farms you could farm, this one is the worst though. This one's going to have the least amount of crops that you can actually plant on. Let's see, other things on our sheet here. It does support bubble spots. So on the fishing thing, you could probably raise your fishing skill here relatively quick. The fish that you're going to fish up in this farm are the ones that you would find inside of Pelican Town, 70% of the time. And 30% of the time, you'll get a fish that you would normally find in the Cinder Sap Forest. So that's your fishing breakdown. So definitely the strengths of this one are your fishing. Probably the weakness is definitely farming. You've got the least amount of farmable space here. So, all right, let's go ahead and take a tour here. So again, let's go ahead and we'll set this up here. And then we will grab some stuff. Grab our iridium tools. Where's the axe? Axe. And the hoe. All right. Scythe. Pickaxe. Axe and hoe. All right, let's head outside and take a look around. So again, we've got our shipping bin. We have our eastern exit, pretty standard. This little section looks very similar to the standard farm, right? I already see bubble spots, so that is a good thing there. I think, yeah, right here is our warp totem spot. And our cave is in relatively close proximity. Here. And then Grandpa's Shrine, while a ways away, not something you would visit a lot. There we go. I do kind of like it kind of out here on its own little space. From a decorating standpoint, this is kind of cool. Having it kind of isolated. Like on the standard farm, it just feels like it's shoved in the corner and nobody would care about it. But I do dig that. That's kind of cool. Obviously, we have our greenhouse. Let's go ahead and we'll finish the greenhouse so that if we want to move it, we can. Let's see. Obviously, our southern exit is in a decent spot, but until we clear out, I'm not even going to try to get down there. Navigation on this farm, I could see being a little bit of an issue. you can't go diagonal, right? You're always going to have to go north to south, east to west to get across the paths. So the kind of the breaking up of the land spots. But I see it's cool. We have a dock down here as well, which is kind of cool as well. Okay, let's go ahead and tractor up here. And see what kind of clearing we can get. All right, we'll clear the kind of this little northern section first. Let's put the axe and the hoe in place. Okay, we'll kind of clear over here to our... Okay, so we'll clear this first section out, right? Like, if you were playing the game, this is probably the section you would clear out outside of maybe a path south. You know, if you're trying to get down to the southern exit, you know, you'd probably clear some kind of a path down to here. Now, I don't have this for sure, but it's looking like there's no major blockages, you know, and obviously this could be a little bit random. Oh, we're getting our... That's from the greenhouse thing. But I would guess like these major boulders are not going to block that path. I don't think any of them will block out the path or the exits. There are some that will block some other stuff though. Okay, let's tractor back up here. Now I'm blocked here because the tractor is like the size of a horse, so that wouldn't normally be an issue. Alright, let's go ahead and come up here, clean this section out. And out to Grandpa's shrine, everything looks clear to there. Yeah, the tractor's crazy to watch when you put it in this mode. If you use it, I think, more towards how it was kind of designed. Like if we come in here and turn this down to like something that seems more reasonable. Like here, if I was going to, you know, clear out a section, and you can even make it smaller than that. I'm really not sure what good this would do you, but you could do that. So, yeah, it's a little bit crazy when you get it into this mode, though. Oops. Okay. Let's go ahead and head south here. Alright, I think we've cleared that. And is there anything still to the west? Yeah, there's a section here at the west we didn't get. So we'll clear this out. Oops. Okay, so again, on this farm, I don't think you're going to run into a situation where our stumps or anything are going to block. Now, this is non-tillable land here, so that's an interesting little chunk. This is non-tillable, so anything else that looks crazy? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and switch up to our iridium tools, and we'll finish the clearing here. Now, I'm not seeing a ton of boulders. I mean, there were some down here to the south, but really not a lot of boulders on this one. But again, there's less generally land altogether, so. Alright, let's go ahead and clear out our stumps and our logs. Not a lot of logs either, really. Okay, I think that clears everything. Let's go ahead and... Oh, cool. If I just leave and come back, I don't actually have to save the day. So let's go ahead and move our greenhouse. And I'm going to freeze time just to make my life easier. Cool, Robin's there. So again, we're just going to move some stuff around here a little bit. As far as placing your house next to a warp totem, that's not too bad. A little bit tight on that side. I don't know if I'd want to block my northern exit there or not. But yeah, you could get it relatively close. Alright, let's see. Let's move the greenhouse, see what's underneath there. Okay, I'm going to place this... Oh. Can I put it down here? Nope. Could put it there. I think that land back there will be tillable. Okay, well, we know this land down here is tillable, so we'll just put these things down here just to get them out of the way. Because I'm curious at like some of these locations as well. Okay, that's good enough. Let's go ahead and go home. Okay, so there is a strip there, but that's not tillable. Can till around the cave. Again, oh, that's unfortunate. We can plant a few crops around Grandpa's shrine, but again, blockage is there. Blockage is there. Lots of blockage there. This isn't bad. You got kind of a little bonus area there. That's a little inconvenient in general. This is a pretty good farming spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, like you could almost, you'd lose a few tiles, but a Junimo hut put right in the middle here, you'd lose a few in these corners, I think, but you would almost get the full effect of a Junimo hut there. That's actually pretty good. Oh, let's go south here. Again, same thing here. You've got some farmland, but a lot of blockages. Now, obviously, underneath these two, you could actually farm. You can farm up into here. So if you're willing to give that little strip up, put your greenhouse and your farmhouse definitely in here, or maybe even in this section. It's probably not too bad. Let's go ahead and pull a screenshot. And then we'll compare and contrast here. Okay, let's jump over to, so there's the original. And there is, nope, that's the normal farm. There we go. There's the tilled out version. Decent for farming. Again, but this is the least amount of farming tiles that we're going to get. So if we go back to our strengths and weaknesses, bubble spots and 2 different areas of fishing on your farm. You start with the fish smoker. Overall, the least number of total tiles, 2,094 total tiles, with only 1,578 of those being plantable tiles, which we can see here. Definitely a big chunk here. This is a pretty good farming spot. I think this section and this section are pretty strong. You can make, these aren't too bad either. If you were doing animals, you could potentially put some barns or coops in this general area here. And then remember, tillable spots is also where grass would go, right? So this western flank, you could potentially turn into a meadow. I could see that. But definitely a limitation. If you really enjoy fishing, I would say this is probably the farm for you. If you really want to do farming, this would be the biggest challenge. Now, oftentimes you have to consider that, like, what is it you want to get out of your play? This one would be a challenge. The other thing to ask yourself, if you're an experienced Stardew player, is how often do you use every square tile of your farm? Eventually you probably will, but that would be mostly what we call end game, right? That would be getting all the way to the fact you've already got perfection and now you're decorating and doing stuff like that. As a decorator's map, I find this one intriguing because it is sectioned off. You know, you could theme each of these. This one to me looks like almost like a little minivan driving in the westerly direction. But you could theme off, like here with the dock, right? Like this could be almost a little resort or a little fishing cottage down here or something like that. You know, with the cave and stuff, you know, you could potentially do something there. I really do like Grandpa's Shrine. I like the fact that Grandpa's Shrine is all up here by itself. You know, if we go back into here, like you could do some fun stuff decorating here, and really make it a tribute to Grandpa, which is kind of cool. So I do like that. Let's see, let's go back to, not you. There we go, that one. But other than that, you know, the warp totem and the cave are nice and close to where your starting house is. Potentially could even put your house maybe up in this corner. I don't know. Do we have any Riverland Farm fans? Who likes this one? I've never done this one, so this one would be new for me. All right, last little tour here. So again, you've got your little section for your spouse to put some stuff. Did you start on? Okay. Yeah, I watched most. I think I got to the end of the stream finally. If you haven't seen it, Dred started a new farm. There we go. We'll throw a link in there. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the theme of the farm is to, you can do anything you want, but you will only sell flowers or flower-derived products, such as honey or anything like that. Everything else you're just going to store or sit on or obviously eat the food and stuff like that. So that's an interesting challenge. So yeah, you even made it more challenging by picking the one that has the least amount of ground. But I like this one. Aesthetically, I like this farm. I think this farm is kind of cool. It's curious that they've got like these unusable islands, and I've not read anywhere where like you can upgrade eventually. The fencing on these is interesting. There's another bubble spot. So those seem to pop up pretty often as well. Oh, that's really cool to link it to real life. But yeah, so if you want a challenge, I would put this one at the kind of the high end of challenge. Now again, let's be transparent here in that it isn't till you're pretty far into the game where this space limitation is going to cause a problem, right? For the most part, most of your playthrough, first half to 3/4 of your playthrough, you are not going to run out of space. Okay, let's tighten stuff up here a little bit. So let's see, where could we put this? Can we cram that? I can put that pretty tight up in there. Yeah, we can't get into that spot. That's not bad in there. You'd lose only three tillable spots with your house there. What about the greenhouse? What would we lose? Can we even wedge it in there? Actually, the greenhouse, we'd lose none. So if we put the greenhouse there, you don't lose any tillable land. And then our farmhouse could go back up into here, where we wouldn't lose any tillable land. So actually, yeah, at least for the first couple of buildings. Now, obviously, as you start to expand and want more buildings on your farm, you would run into a situation where you're going to have to start using up your tillable land. But that configuration, actually, I think gets us into a situation where, back to the farm, where we reclaim all that tillable land. There we go. All right, we'll grab one more screenshot. Where did it put it? Bub. There it is. There we go. So yeah, as a farm goes, at least to get started, still plenty of space to do work. Again, this southern section right below, I think as you start out, that's as big of a plot as we're going to get, like, let's go back. You know, that is essentially similar to like this section right here on the standard farm, right? If we kind of look at it, it's not that different, really. This line right here, across right south of the farmhouse, is the same. And then if we go down to here, oops, other direction. Yeah, that's pretty much even with the pond. And if you go over to this corner, yeah, so that kind of section right there is similar to the Riverlands farm. Hey, Victus, always good to see you, my friend. All right, so there you go. That one is Riverlands. Let's do a recap then. So if we go back to our data here, least tillable tiles, least total tiles, least, well, not technically the least non-tillable, but you do start with a fish smoker. There's your pro. You do have bubble spots, which means if you'd like to fish, this is the farm. The fish you're going to get are going to be Pelican Town and Cinder Sap fish. Also, if you look forward, this is the only farm where there's not a high percentage of trash, right? If you look at all these other farms, there's like a percent, and then there's a high, at least half, you're going to get trash, a quarter on this one, 60% on this one. So this one gives you the best fishing out of all the farms. So fish smoker, best fishing, and bubble spots. You can definitely see this one is geared towards fishing. Farming, there's enough plots. Decoration-wise, I think this one would be a lot of fun. No, so on the difficulty, there's no real, like, the game itself doesn't change anything as far as difficulty. So, like, if you plant a crop, it's going to be the same on every farm. If you have a chicken, it's going to be the same on every farm. The difference in difficulty will mostly just be things like, what do you start with? What do you not start with? Like, again, this farm, eventually, you could theoretically run out of space. But that's going to be a long ways down the road. So, no, there's no specific difficulty differences in the core game from farm to farm. So, all right, if you have any questions about Riverlands, go ahead and throw it in the chat or the comments down below. We will go ahead and pop back out here, take a quick break, and next up on our list is going to be the Forest Farm. We will be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, something I noticed as I was switching over. Let's go back to our standard farm, because I made a call out of this when we first started. So we got to level 5 foraging and level 2 mining just clearing the farm, because there was so much space on this farm, right? If we pop back out here and we load up that farm we just were on, the Riverlands, we're going to see that I only got to 3 foraging and 1 mining. So you can see just how many fewer, how much less, however you want to state it, land and available things there were here. So we definitely got a lot less experience because there was just far fewer things to clear out. So worth mentioning. Again, most of your experience isn't going to come from the farm itself. You're going to be doing other things as well. So, all right, up next we have the forest farm. Already we see, decoration-wise, I think this is one of the better interiors, honestly. I kind of like it. We get our parsnip seeds just like we do on every other farm. Also, just as a note, so far, all 3 of those, your first quest is to plant a parsnip. So they give you parsnip seeds, and then they tell you to go plant them. So, okay, let's see. Pickaxe, axe and hoe. Hoe, pickaxe, and axe. All right, let's head outside. So here we go. We've got, again, relatively normal setup. I'm seeing our watering bowl. I'm going to guess, yep, there's our shrine right there. See if we can get over there. There's our cave, relatively close. Grandpa's shrine is in a kind of a cool little spot. You know, you kind of got the little, we'll call it a hidden path to get back here. But again, from a decorating, kind of making it a special spot, I like this. It's one of the things, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. If you go to the standard farm, let's see. It's kind of hard to see. Actually, let me grab the tilled out version here. There we go. If we look, kind of Grandpa's shrine, it's just stuck up here in the corner, you know. Now this farm also is very, very much a big giant square, as opposed to, you know, what we've been looking at. So, all right, so let's go ahead and let's go back here. So Riverlands, here we go. So here's the overview of the forest farm. We found the shrine, we found the cave, and our warp sections up there. Up here we've got our northern exit, we've got our southern exit, and we've got our eastern exit, so that's all pretty standard. 3 different ponds here. One of the big things that we're going to see is this left western section here. That is a different perk that this farm gets. Other than that, relatively open space. Our tillable land is in pretty much big chunks. We got this big giant chunk right here in the center of non-tillable, obviously. So if we open up our forest farm, we're going to see actually the smallest number of tillable tiles, but not the smallest farm, right? It's there's 3 farms smaller in it as far as total tiles. What are the perks of this farm? It's got bushes that can actually have berries on them. So salmonberry season and blackberry season and stuff. As we kind of just talked about, the renewable large stumps, right? So on the left side of the farm here, these large stumps, not only are they there, they're like the secret woods. They come back. So you've got basically an infinite source of hardwood on your farm, which is kind of nice. You have forageables that drop on this farm, and they're seasonable. So you get all the seasoned for spring, summer, and fall. Probably winter as well. Although, if I remember right, the wiki, I think, just listed spring, summer, and fall. We'll have to take a look at that. I'm not 100% sure on that. Fishing-wise, you can get a wood skip here. So this kind of is a combination of the secret woods and your farm. And then 45% are cinder sap fish and 50% are trash fish. Let me close a couple of these. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So standard. There we go. So big perk here, right? Tillable's okay. Relatively, it's again, same base size as our other farm. So, all right. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Anything else? I think that covers everything. So let's tractor up here. All right, so I can see lots of bushes. Interesting enough, the tillable spot just south of the farm is a little bit limited. I'm stuck there. So anywhere we get stuck would also be kind of a pain to ride your horse around, right? So let's take a look at that real quick. Like this little section here, I can't get through here, so I can get around there though. So your horse can't get through there, but it could go around the backside, so that's not horrible. Seeing lots and lots of big boulders. Nothing up in there. Awesome, yeah, thanks for that tip. I think I read that somewhere. I don't know why I didn't put it on my spreadsheet, but yeah, it's definitely set up for forestry things, so okay. That clears most of that. How'd we do? We got 3, 1, and 0. Let's go ahead and turn on our greenhouse. Find our southern exit. I didn't know I could tractor cinder sap. That's kind of nice. Okay. So, in general, I'm seeing a pseudo-limited amount of planting here, but once you expanded west, this is a pretty decent plot size over here. Honestly, with these stumps over here, I might move my house and everything up into this area and work out of this side as opposed to that side potentially. Definitely a pretty big spot of planting there. The southeast corner is definitely limited in what you can do. It's got the same general pond there. Same thing here, right? Non-plantable in this. And then again, we should have got our parsnip thing here. Let's get Robin to her location. And we'll move our stuff around. I don't want to talk to you, Robin. I just want to do this. There we go. Okay, let's see what we've got. Okay, so definitely we gained some tillable spots underneath where the greenhouse was. Plenty, actually, there's quite a bit of room in here. So that's not too bad. Yeah, it looks like if that little bush wasn't there, I can get my house and the greenhouse into this kind of northern section. Again, I might find it interesting to put my house over here, you know, but although your warp spot is still right there. Too bad that bush is there, though. I don't think you can take those out. But again, as far as generally wedging stuff in there, I can put that there and give up no tillable space. I'm pretty sure. And this might be tillable. You can make a little garden back there if you want to. Okay, we'll leave those there. Let's finish clearing this one, and then we'll till it up. Alright, so we'll crack ourselves some logs and some stumps and such. We'll leave those stumps for right now. Okay, so yeah, you can get 4 little sections back in there if you want to till that out. Can't till Grandpa's little spot. We left a log, we'll deal with that later. That's not too bad down here. Okay, you can plant around that pond, so if you're doing like rice or something like that, that's usable space there. Hey Jen, always good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah, big chest is usually a good upgrade for sure. Oh, okay, cool. Actually, so can we take that one out? There we go. So that would tighten up our... I don't know if you'd want to do this. Like, these would actually, I think, grow berries and stuff, but... I think I have that shut off in the tractor mod, so... but if you weren't interested in the bushes, actually... Yeah, clearing this spot out means you could put your buildings and stuff in there as well. Okay, so we've gained a little garden there. So let's take this one out. Now these should be renewable resources. So this probably not, but the big stump should. So let's test that out here. Okay, so 4 and 1. We did pretty good on... we did 4 and 1, so pretty good on foraging, okay on mining in general. All right, let's get ourselves a screenshot here, and we'll take a look at this thing in its whole. Forest farm. All right, so this is the tilled out version. We cleared out our sections of our stumps. Obviously, you'd want to if you wanted the hardwood stumps, you wouldn't want to put things in those spots. Pretty good farming section down here through kind of the middle third-ish section. And then a smaller plot here. A lot of ground here. We did clear out our bushes, and you could clear the bushes here as well. Although one of the perks of this farm is the fact that it has berry bushes. So if you did want to keep those, especially early on, when you don't really need the space, I would probably leave those bushes. Because you can put you can put the buildings on the tillable land. I was just trying to make it so all tillable land was tillable. But you could put these buildings in spots. So I would probably leave the bushes just because it is one of the perks of the farm. Again, the renewable large stumps. Let's take a look at that. So let's pop in here. I do like the house. It probably says in the wiki. Okay, nope. Came back in one day. So this is a daily thing. So for foraging and hardwood, you're never going to run out of hardwood on this farm. I thought it'd take a couple days, but so same as the secret woods, right? And they're back again. Oh, and there's a forageable. We got a morel mushroom. And we got a dandelion. Alright, so if you like foraging, you like bushes, you like hardwood, this is definitely the farm for you. Also, you can catch the wood skip early if you need the wood skip. Very, very good. Let's jump into... Do I still have the wiki pulled up? There we go. Forest farm. 8 renewable stumps. Yeah, see, it's not listing... Oh, here we go. Unique weeds that drop mixed seeds. So, good. Thanks for catching that, May. We appreciate it. I don't see winter forageables on this list, though, which is interesting. So, I'm not 100% sure which way that would go. Also, there's a little bit more to the percentage on the wood skip. It is based off of luck. But you would want to... You'd want to take a look at that as well. But by and large, this is definitely a foraging friendly... Yeah, we can do that. Let's try that and see what happens. Let's see... Time... We might have to sleep. Let's go sleep. Oh, sure. Give us mystery boxes. Awesome. We're getting event after event. That must be the raccoon. I think it's the raccoon tree. All right, let's go see. Let's go see if anything happened. None in there. None in there. Actually, let's go to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Let's go to Saturday. Because I think Sunday is a... We got a cat at some point. That must have been that cutscene that I skipped. So if you skip the cutscene, you get your cat. Yeah, so far, we haven't gotten any to spawn. So, and again, they're not listed on the wiki. So my gut is you don't get winter forageables, which is strange. Do you get winter forageables in the secret woods? Because if you don't get them in the secret woods as well, that might be the tie-in, right? Because again, this is acting like the secret woods. No, you get forageables here, so it's not tied to that in any weird way. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's just a choice. Why they blocked winter forageables and not the other ones, can't tell you for sure, but we'll sleep a couple more days here, just see if we can get anything to spawn. Is it only holly? That might be it then. We'll go to Saturday, see if anything happens. Yeah, so far we haven't gotten any to spawn, so I'm guessing no on that one, but alright, let's do a 1-day spring test, see if we get any to spawn. Nothing on day one, although we're getting some grass to finally grow back. We'll do a few days here. I think it was raining. I think I heard rain. Oh, forageables in the grass, and it's not in that section as well. That's good to see. So it's not just over here as well. So yeah, there's a leek, a mushroom, horseradish. What about over here? This is a more limited tile set, so it might spawn over here. Definitely here. This would actually be, if you wanted to forage, you could make a case for, you probably want to put your buildings in the tillable ground so that you get the forageables here. You're blocking potential forageable space. Alright, favorite things in this farm. I do like this kind of secret little hideaway of Grandpa's Shrine. I think that's cool. Caves in the standard cave position, warps in the standard warp position. So nothing crazy there. You can fish and get a wood skip and cindersap fish here. So that's good. Probably one of the biggest perk is your unlimited hardwood. This will help you early on, but also even down the road where you could get the wood chipper and chip wood, hardwood into normal wood and stuff like that. Decent number, if we look at our charts here. Decent number of total spaces. Least number of actual tillable, plantable spaces. So not the best farming farm, but it gives you a little bit of fishing. It gives you the forageables and the hardwood. Access to the wood skip maybe before you would normally get it. 2, 3. There's 3 farms smaller than it in total tiles. but it is the smallest farm as far as plantable space, right? So we're just looking at essentially really this big section here. That's most of your farmland right there. And then you got a secondary little section over here. So you're definitely giving up some farmland on that one. So if we go back and look at it in its original configuration, this is what it looks like when it's raw. And that's what it looks like all tilled out. Which farm are you on, Jen? Sorry, I don't remember. Oh, the Four Corners. Yeah, we'll get to it. I'm going through them all tonight, so... yeah, Four Corners here. It's definitely multiplayer driven. It's kind of a combination of the farms above, so... but yeah, absolutely. I'm doing them all. Alright, so Forest Farm. Pros. Forageable, hardwood, berry bushes, some fishing. Cons, not the friendliest for farming. And on the smaller side, it's kind of in the middle. But if you're looking at the big farms, like 3,000 to 4,600 tiles is quite a difference, right? There are actually, so here you take the base farm, there's more farmable tiles on the base farm than there is total tiles on the forest farm. So it is definitely one of the tighter farms that you're going to find for sure. But I like it. Again, I like Grandpa's Shrine on this one. So far, we've had two that Grandpa's Shrine's been pretty cool. So, all right, our third farm done. We'll go ahead and take a quick break, and next up will be the Hilltop Farm. I will be right back. Yeah, for sure. One of the perks about most of Arizona anyway is we do not change our clocks. So it's also why for a lot of you, the stream may have started later because I still started at 8 o'clock. But we don't do daylight savings time. So, all right, we are at 9 likes. So for those of you that are regulars, know that at 10 likes, we will do a chicken rave. So let's see if we can chicken rave on the Hilltop Farm. But that is our next farm. We're up to Hilltop. So who do we have? We've got Stone, the Hilltop Farmer. If Stone's not a foreshadowing to what this farm is, I don't know what is. I like the interior of this one. The double pickaxes is pretty cool. Even got like a little, what is it? A small crystal on the table. I like that. Again, we got parsnips. Parsnips will start our intro quest of farming. So we've got that. All right, there's a 12 likes already. Holy cow. You guys are awesome. We'll get our inventory sorted here, and then we will rave. Let's see. Scythe, pickaxe, axe. Open that up. Let's go outside, though. We want to rave on the full farm, so... All right, here we go. We are on the hilltop farm. Let's let the raving begin. Thank you, guys. We do appreciate the support. We'll do even the big chicken. Actually, let's take... Well, big chicken rave first. Then we'll bring the full rave in behind him. There we go. Chicken rave, my friends. Chicken rave. All right, while we're raving here, let's go ahead and switch over. This is what the full version of the hilltop farm looks like. So we can, again, we've got our shrine up here, our cave up here, relatively standard spots. We've got Grandpa's shrine up here, or sorry, warp over here, Grandpa's shrine over here. I do kind of like, this makes it feel like an honored place. Hilltop, so we've definitely got some stairs going on as we kind of work our way up. This is a special spot. We'll talk about that here in a second. We got a river running down through the middle of it. Some elevated spots. Looks to be a decent number of tillable tiles. Our standard eastern exit, southern exit, and northern exit. Although access to the southern exit could be a challenge early on. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen every time. I see a big rock blocking this path. So that might be random. If it's not, that means you're going to have to go over here to get access down to here. I don't see any blockage. Oh, I see a big stump blocking here as well. So if those are designed, it means your only way across would be here. So you'd have to come down and over and down to get to your southern exit. And then these maybe open up later for convenience. Again, we'll talk about this section here in a second. That's the main things I see on this one. So if we look at the hilltop farm, 1,648 tillable tiles, 2,578. So it is on the smaller side. The only one smaller is the Riverlands than Hilltop and Wilderness. These are both pretty close, 2578 and 2575. You can see the discrepancy in farming space, though, between the two. So Hilltop, again, not one of your farming-friendlier farms. Stone nodes, ore nodes, and geode nodes. This is probably the biggest thing on this farm. This is basically, think of this like the quarry in town, right? It's your own little personal renewable place that you can actually get stuff. So again, it is the ore nodes. Oops, that's my NVIDIA app. There we go. The stone, the ore, and the geode nodes actually pop in up there. Also, we have fishing available. Half of our fish are going to come from cinder sap. The other half are going to be trash. So if we look at fishable spots, again, we have a nice river working its way down through the center here. Let's go ahead and jump back onto the farm. All right, let's get our new tools. Pickaxe, axe, and hoe. Yep, okay, that's where we expected that to be. That's good. All right, let's tractor up. Okay, so the first kind of tier here Alright, let's jump off our tractor here. So our first kind of little tier that we've got here actually is actually pretty good. You have your exit here, a second exit here. You've got a decent little farming plot to get yourself started. Greenhouse is mostly in the way, so let's go ahead and take care of that. So that's going to block you for a while. But again, access to the cave pretty decent run to here. So that's kind of your first step, right? If you kind of think of it, we've got like top of the hill, kind of a second level in all through here, and then 2 more hills down here in general. So, all right, let's tractor up. So here we've got kind of a lowland section and then kind of a raised terrace right here. Both look to be farmable. Again, we're blocked here. And we might load a couple more of these up and see if that's always that way. Doesn't look like we're blocked there though, so that's good. Oh, I found a geode. Oh, crap. I accidentally farmed out the section there. That's all right. Okay, so here, I would be blocked from using my horse in that section. So keep that in mind. All right, not a lot of blockage there. So you can't ride your horse there. We're blocked there. But we're not blocked getting across here. And we're not blocked from getting here, which I thought I had read. So let's check in on that, because that's worth looking at. So Hilltop Farm. Spawn stone ore nodes and geodes. Regenerates. So again, that's kind of the key here is these regenerate, right? Up in here. So that's kind of cool. Addition of the cliffs and streams. Okay, the mining area may sometimes be blocked by a large stump, large log, or boulder, making it impossible to enter until the player has the correct tool. So I would say one of the first things I would be very careful of on this farm, if I was starting this farm from scratch, I would get myself down here and I would make sure that this section isn't blocked. Because if this is blocked, you wouldn't be able to get to this perk until... Oh, sorry, I didn't change my thing. Let's try that again. Okay, so if I was going to start this farm for the first time, the first thing I would do is make sure I can get over to here. So I don't know if these 2 blockages are always or random. But if I was blocked from here, I would restart that farm. And if I was blocked here. So sometimes you could get boulders and stuff blocking this. If you can't get to this, you're giving up the main perk of this farm right away. And so that's the first thing I would do, right? Let's just reload this farm. And see if that should be a doable thing to do. There we go. All right, so brand new farm. Obviously, I'm moving faster, but so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to see if I can get myself down there, which you should be able to with your starting tools, right? You should be able to at least get to here. X. And I would make sure I could get here, because if you can't get to there, that's worth a restart. Let's go ahead and Let's try a couple of things here. Hilltop. So yeah, so that's what I was thinking is, yeah, those two blockages were going to be permanent. Well, maybe they fixed that. That feels more like it'd be a bug, right? If your quarry in this farm is blocked, yeah, so again, so that blockage is always going to be there. So it's a convenience thing, right? Eventually, you can remove those just for the convenience, but you can still get over here. So that's good. So maybe it was an old bug, or it's just something that can rarely happen. But I would always check it just in case. Like if I can't get up here, I would be like, nope, start that farm over. Can we get our geode? Yep. Okay, so that's the first thing I would check. All right, let's go ahead and get ourselves back into that greenhouse. Pickaxe. All right, let's tractor up. All right, we'll clear from the bottom this time. Oh, I think my tractor's fast because I'm fast. All right, let's slow the tractor down a little bit. Alright, so we can't get through there, but we can go this way. Can't get through there. Clear that. All right, and then I think we did do the greenhouse, so let's get our greenhouse reset. Go to work. Come on, slowpokes, come on. Go to work, Robin. All right, let's kind of look around. Let's see. So pretty standard section here, right? You can't build in front of that. That's fine. Quite a bit of vertical room there. Grab our greenhouse. So if I wanted to get these both in here, I'm definitely giving up a little tillable land there. Really, the land that's available, though, is mostly farmable. I don't see a lot of... It's really just kind of this section over here. So as far as what land is here is actually pretty solid. But I don't think I can get both of these things wedged in here in such a way to not give up some space. Yeah, it's about as tight as I'm going to be able to get that. And that definitely isn't going to leave enough room for here. Now, again, at the start of the game, it's just going to be sitting there. There's not much you can do about it, but that wouldn't be a horrible space. You give up some land, but it wouldn't be horrible. All right. Well, hold on. I feel a sneeze coming. Oh, excuse me. All right. So in general, and you wouldn't want to put it there. You don't want to give up that space. Thank you. All right. So yeah, somewhere, you know, just to get your buildings in, you're going to give up some space. It just is inevitable. Which is fine. What are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, 15, maybe 15 spaces there that you would lose. All right, well, that's about as good as we're going to do, so we'll just stick that in there. And again, we're talking about in-game here, so it's not that big of a deal. All right, let's switch over to our high-end tools. Alright, let's just get everything cleared out first, then we'll till it later. Clear, clear. There's nothing up there. Alright. Okay, so the quarry's not tillable. That's a good thing. Notice nothing changes, so that's good. You wouldn't want to till up your quarry. Oh, it looks like there's a couple of places up. Okay, couple places in the shrine. So you could, like, plant flowers here, I guess, for Grandpa, if you wanted to. Okay, so in general, got a decent little farm plot here, although this upper terrace does not have a lot of farming in it. This is decent size down in here. Nice small one there. Oddly shaped, but some space there. Okay, so where does this one land on the total farming? Hilltop. Yeah, it's towards the bottom. It's not the smallest. I would say it probably, for me, ranks as, well, maybe not the smallest, the most inconvenient. Let's pull the screenshot here, and we'll compare. Alright, so there was the original. And there's the tilde. Oh, that's the forest one. Sorry. Hilltop, where are you? Stan Bub Berry. There it is. There's the Hilltop one. So yeah, if we compare that to which one has the smallest space? the forest farm. Yeah, so there's hilltop. And there's forest. So forest, while it has less tiles, you do have these big sections that you can farm in, where hilltop technically has more farming tiles, but the order, the way they're arranged is rough. Like sections like this would be rough to farm in. So overall, definitely not the best farming, I don't think. But again, that's not where its strengths lie. So if we look at hilltop farm, again, towards the bottom as far as farming space, but it does spawn nodes, stone nodes, ore nodes, and geode nodes. It does have some fishing, and it has the fact that I tried to move while I still had my spreadsheet loaded here. There we go. Fish, so half trash, half cinder sap. Oops, there we go. So I guess if you really are really into mining, this would be great. I think in-game, once you unlock the quarry and you're doing a lot of combat, this probably isn't as valuable. But early on, I think that could be a nice little perk to have. So let's go ahead and pop into our house. We'll take a little nap. All right, we got mining, we got foraging, we got mining, we got foraging. So with that quarry, I think we got more mining than we normally do. Should have put the house down by the quarry. That's what we should have done. Okay, so you can see the respawn happening now. So we got 2 stones and a copper. Early on, those spawns would definitely be nice. You could do tool upgrades before you even hit the mines. Although I guess you'd have to get a furnace, but how much copper are we sitting on? 13 copper, so not a ton. All right, so let's go ahead and sleep the week out here. Always good if you can get a Holy Grail reference in. All right, it is Monday. Oh, good. Nobody showed up at my house. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 coppers, 1 geode, 2 geodes, and everything else is stone. I also see some artifacty spots. This is a pretty good perk. This is probably the strength of this farm here, is access to this stuff. No danger, right? You don't even have to go into the mines to get this stuff going. So that's a pretty nice perk there. So stone nodes, ore nodes, and geode nodes. Now, I'm not sure on the ore. Let's see if it says anything on the wiki here. Let me find the right window. There we go. Stones, ore nodes. Okay, so depending on the player's mining level. So that is nice. That's a nice little perk, right? Thanks for hanging out with us, Nix. We appreciate it. Have a good night. So the cool thing about that is as your mining level goes up, you'll start to get more and more nodes. So let's test that. Let's see. What is our mining level? Skills, mining. Let's go up to mining level 5. Let's see. What level do you start getting? Let's get to the right level. iron ore. Does it say? 3. Okay, nope, maybe in mining. Mining skill. Cherry bomb. Nah, it doesn't really say that I can find. Hey, Debbie, have a good night, man. Get to feeling better. Get some rest. Yeah, being sick does suck for sure. Okay, well, we'll just grab a couple levels here then. Transmute to iron. So that might mean that we can actually do iron. So here, let's do this. I'm going to move. Go to work. There we go. All right, we're mining level 4 now. Okay, chicken statue. We'll sleep a couple of nights here. Oh, we're at 15 likes. What's the next chicken rave? Are we gonna rave at 20? Okay, so yep, there we go. We got our first iron ore spawn there. All right, so let's go ahead and skill ourselves up to 6. Oh, I heard rain, but I think it was, we missed it. All right, that's all right. Oh, is that a frozen geode? Okay, nice. So the geodes upgrade as well, which is kind of cool. All right, we'll try a couple more nights. I wish there was just a activate spawns cheat. And then we'll level up again here. Yeah, so we're getting plenty of iron. So, all right, let's go ahead and... Okay, actually, if we can transmute to gold, that probably means we also will not have access to gold. So let's test that. We'll test at 7 here. Oh, we finally got our cat. Alright, so... yeah, there we go. So now we've got gold. Alright, let's go ahead and finish skilling up here. we're maxed out there. Because if this does iridium, that would be insane. My gut is probably not. It feels like it's going to be just what you'd find in the normal mines, but... yeah, I see gold, copper, iron. Alright, let's give it a couple more nights here. And then we'll see if going up master, like the master skill levels, makes a difference or not. Yeah, I would have been surprised to see iridium, honestly. Alright, so let's do this. That is one powerful book right there. Oh, foraging's got the lead. Oh, that does peak out pretty loud, the award. Okay. That masters all the professions. Let's take care of that real quick. Now that's how you level. Don't know how you guys level, but this is my normal gameplay, right? It'll wake you up. Okay, so I see some iron, I see some copper. Let's sleep a couple of nights. Let's read the book before we do that. There we go. Again, my gut is probably not going to do iridium ore. That feels like it would be overly powered. But who knows? Alright, let's go take a peek. What do we got? Yeah, we're not even getting gold there. Alright, let's do this then. Let's go to the Mastery Cave. Wing, wing. That's right. Who needs to actually do the skills? It's all about reading about them. As long as you read about skill. We've read 100 books. I love that we're doing like 2 years worth of gameplay just standing in a cave. You've reached a new level of understanding. So we've talked about this before. If you look at the 5 professions at 250, that would be 1250. But once you get to mastery, farming only gives you half. So we're only getting half towards our mastery. So that's where the extra 125, or the missing 125 is from. Okay. We are fully mastered. Although we probably could have just done the farming one to, or the mining one to prove this, but that's all right. Thanks, Grandpa. Oh, we got our fishing pole as well. And our iridium scythe, which we already had one. All right, let's see. It's Saturday. Let's sleep for a week or so. That was exhausting. That much reading. After reading 150 books or something, you need to sleep for a week. Yeah, maybe Grandpa paid for your college, and so your reading ability is a reflection on his generosity. We'll go with that. Let's sleep till the 20th. 5 more days. That's right. You got to commit it to long-term memory. We don't want to be out in combat and all of a sudden forget everything that we read. There you go. That'd be a mod. Your skills deteriorate like friendship deteriorates if you don't use them. All right, what are we looking at here? Yeah, I didn't expect us to get iridium up here. I see frozen. We see gold. We've got iron. We've got copper. I would guess iridium's not gonna spawn up here, which is reasonable. I don't know. We do have the frozen geodes. You might be able to get a magma geode up here. I'm not sure. All right, let's take a look at this farm then. Do a kind of a recap here. So there is our original layout with all of the debris and trees and such. Oops, there we go. You can see the tillable space. Not the most farmland and not the most convenient as far as farming positions. Again, even the shapes of these are a little rough. You know, let's see if there's even a good space. Yeah, I don't even know if there's the most efficient place to put a Junimo hut on this farm. Maybe in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you got this little section though. Yeah, there's hardly even a good Junimo hut space. This is probably your best bet right in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you can get it. You're going to lose some here. Yeah, definitely not the one to pick if you want to do big, massive, giant farms, right? Although, again, that's just not its strength. So, okay, if we jump over then into... So, Hilltop, low on tillable, low on overall space. But again, this is probably the biggest perk of that farm, is the fact that the stone and ore and stuff you're going to get right away could jumpstart if that's what you're really into. And you do have some fishing as well, which is kind of nice. So, and I do like Grandpa's shrine on this one is actually pretty good. I like that it's kind of up on its own little pedestal here. So from an aesthetic viewpoint, I do like that as well. You can see the grass grew in with all that sleeping that we did. So, okay, so not the best farming. Definitely good for mining though. And again, if you just like the aesthetic, you know, of it, I think it does have kind of a cool, the multi-level aesthetic. I think it's kind of cool for this one as well. All right, what is up next? Next we have the Wilderness Farm. So we'll take a short break and set up for a wilderness run. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Next up is the Wilderness Farm. So who do we have for Wilderness? That one we just need to get rid of. There we go. Forest, Riverland, Standard, Hilltop, Wilderness. Wild man on the Wilderness Farm. All right, so if we do a quick overview of the Wilderness Farm, I see our house. I'm going to guess, I think that is the warp location. We got our cave. They're in pretty standard locations there. We got our north exit, our east exit, our south exit. They look pretty standardized as well. Looks like hiding behind that tree right back up there is Grandpa's shrine. Honestly, this isn't a ton different than the standard farm. The pond's up farther north, and we've got this thing going on down here. But this top section is relatively similar outside of this little protrusion into the farmable spot. But it looks like the vast majority of this one is farmable, right? You've got a little border of grass here, but the rest of that is actually pretty farmable. So if we look at the Wilderness Farm, 2,131 farmable tiles, so well up on the last three. This one is 1, 2, 3, the fourth, so about right in the middle. Still on the smaller side though, as far as total tiles. Main features of this farm: monsters spawn on this farm, so that is something to be aware of. At night, monsters are going to spawn. Now there is an option Let's go back into here. I don't think I can get to it. If you make a new farm, you can do this in-game at a shrine, but you can come in here and turn on spawn monsters on the farm. So that is something you can do on any farm. But on the wilderness farm, that's the default, right? So let's see if I go to wilderness. I don't know. Can you turn that off on the wilderness farm? We'll try that later on. But that is an option you can set. And there is something that it talks about here, right? If you do have that, you get extra wilderness golems, and you also get an exclusive thing on this farm as well. Yeah, it might have been, because I think they added that later, Lydia. I think you're right, yeah. We do have some fishing here, although it's not the strongest fishing. The difference here is you're getting fish out of the mountain lake, as opposed to Pelican Town or Cindersap, which the other ones have been. But a high trash return there. If we look at the wiki on this one, there is a blurb about... so monsters spawn at night, scales to your combat level. Spawns more wilderness golems than the other farms. So, if you turn on spawn monsters on the farm, so this little section here, right? So if you turn that on the wilderness farm, you are going to get even more monsters. So, exclusive to this map, combat level 9, iridium golems have 50% chance to spawn. Drop iridium ore and things obtained from the seed spots. So the seeds there. So that is our kind of our thing. So here's our layout. Pretty standard layout, honestly. Nothing crazy on this one. So okay, so let's get back onto the farm here. We'll load up our wilderness farm. Not a bad cabin. Don't mind it. Again, there's our parsnip seeds that we pretty much always get. And let's go ahead and grab our tools here. There we go. So yeah, that was where we thought it was. Not a big surprise there. Oops. I hit the X key to turn off my skills, and it also triggers your warp thing. Okay. So again, generally looking around, see if we can sneak around the edge here. Oh, nice. Pretty decent layout, like I said, not horrible. Getting to the exit, southern exit's actually pretty easy. Yeah, really, honestly, as far as getting around, this farm's been one of the easier ones for sure. Alright, then that should be Grandpa's Shrine. Tucked up behind here. There we go. And then we've got our cave in the cave's position. Alright, let's go ahead and tractor up. Doesn't feel like a very large farm, honestly. especially with this space taken out in this corner. All right, let's fix our greenhouse. Oh, that's... in real life, that's sad. On a Stardew farm, there's nothing wrong with terraforming the land, but in real life, that's kind of rough. Although, again, I kind of live in the desert, so... Okay, quick little thing. Again, nothing that looks like it would block, you know, in our big stuff in general. So, a lot of openness. So this one kind of reminds me of the starting farm from that standpoint. Right? Like, this is mostly just open land here. Which I suppose if you're fighting monsters is probably a good thing. Alright, let's jump over. Move some buildings around. See where we can place things. Again, same general configuration there. You want kind of like a lakefront housing, you can put it down there. Yeah, the pro and con of almost all the land is tillable is you're going to use up some of this land just in your normal building placement, which is fine. So here we're going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, probably 21, 22 squares of land there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. But that's okay. We'll just leave that there. Good enough. Let's go ahead and till this beast up. Okay, Grandpa's Shrine just kind of like the main farm. Seems like it's just kind of in its spot. Like a lot of the farms we've looked at, it's almost like it was built like a special place for Grandpa. This one I don't get that feeling as much. It's just kind of is. It's in the corner. And again, it's in the corner for all of them, but this one definitely feels more like, I mean, you could build kind of a little tribute section if you really wanted to over there. Okay, big and open, you know, as far as overall it goes. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a screenshot and we'll compare it. I think he's in the corner on pretty much all of the farms. Okay, so there was the original. And then, there we go. There is the tilled version. So a lot of open land. Now, number of tiles. Let's compare that. Wilderness. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th biggest plantable area. Interesting enough, it's on the smaller side, right? So if you look, non-buildable tiles are pretty minimal on this one. It's got the least number of non-buildable tiles. So it's a smaller farm in overall space. So there's only technically one farm smaller. 2575 and 2578 is pretty close, but it's technically the second smallest farm, but it has the 34, 29, 27, has the fourth most tillable tiles. So what land you have is very plantable. In the grand scheme of things, it's also big sections, right? You've got this pond in the middle, but other than that, not a lot of obstructions. You know, there's each of these is huge sections. If we kind of look here, I'm not 100% sure. That might just be, yeah, I'm not sure why those are showing up red, but if you go with Junimo spacing, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, you could get a Junimo hut in that corner. You'd lose some space there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You lose a little bit, a couple of rows there, but you could probably get two side by side in here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, you could almost get, you probably lose 10 to 12 squares, but you could get 2 Junimo huts in there. So 3 Junimo huts pretty much. You get full one up here and 2 very close. So a good farming. Good farming plot. And if you were more creative, like if you put your house over here where Grandpa's at, or like this section here, right? It wouldn't be too bad. Obviously, because it's all relatively wide open, your starting farm, there's plenty of room here to get a starting farm in. And interesting enough, a nice little section over here to put some of your equipment and machines and stuff like that wouldn't get in the way. Yeah, I think this one would be fun, especially with this like nice pond in the center. You kind of got like this little thing going on down here as well. Okay, so if we look again at the perks of the Wilderness Farm, again, you can do some fishing, not the strongest on fishing. But really it's going to come down to its combat. So let's see if we can get that to trigger. Oh, I hear things. Okay, the first thing we need to do is get some light. So there we go. So that is, those are the green golems. I see a bat. There's a green golem. There's a green one. Now, interesting enough, nothing spawned down here. So is it, I wonder if it's linked to the total number of things that can be on the farm at once. It's the infinite, right? It's the infinite sword. Is that the really good one? Yeah, we want that one. Infinite power. Okay, we're going to completely cheat here. All right. We got fiber from those guys. Now, there might be a maximum spawn each night. All right, let's get some more. That one gave us good foraging. 4 levels of foraging. Yeah, 4 levels of foraging and mining. That was actually pretty good. All right, let's see. Oh, sorry. Thank you. There we go. That's what was spawning. So that's a slime. That's a slime. We had the little golems the night before. You guys didn't get to see. Alright, we'll kill a couple slimes. See if we can get... Maybe they spawn later? Or maybe it's just random each night. Yeah, they definitely... You get a lot less experience for them, so... That is a good note, Lydia. So yeah, what Lydia's saying is you don't get full experience for the things you kill on your farm. You only get a third of the experience you would normally get. So keep that in mind. Also, be careful. You know, if you have something like a napalm ring or something like that, you could blow up your own farm, which might not be good. All right, let's get some more. Ooh, rainy. We get rainy monsters this time. Alright, blue slime. So yeah, the combat... I was hoping to get the... I got the golem ones on the first night, but you guys didn't get to see it. And now I feel bad. Let's see. Wiki. What's it called? The wilderness golems. We got some of those. There they are. So there's the wilderness golem. Another slime. Me moving around so fast might be messing up the spawns as well. Okay, let's go ahead and... let's see, let's give ourselves some combat. Jump scare. That is louder than everything. It's kind of funny how much louder that is than any other game sound. I guess they really want you to know that you've done well. Alright. Let's sleep and see what level 5 brings us. One o'clock in the morning. Let's pretend we're just trying to get home. There we go. It's 1:40 a.m. Oh, one spawned right at the entrance. That's another wilderness one. Alright guys, follow me. The slime seems disinterested. He's in his own little world. Like I lost one. Oh, there's another one. There we go. So that would be bad news if you're trying to get home late at night. All right, let's go ahead and level up some more. Warning. All right, let's see what we get tonight. $150. It's getting late. You should go home. Oh, so there's one of those little shadow dudes. Another little wilderness golem. It's weird to fight things with this much open space. Usually in the mines, between the nodes and the stone and the oh, there's the iridium one. There we go. Oh, he's faster though. Check him out. He's booking it. You can see their pathfinding kicking into place, right? They're trying to find a path to me, and so it's like a stair-step move. If you watch him. Oh, not this way, though. Interesting enough. Okay. Oh, he's in... I think he's in a search mode now. Check that out. He went down and across. Now he's coming back down. Oh, he might have caught wind of me. So he's going all the way across. Oh, there, I think he found me. But interesting enough, going north and west, he goes in a stair-step move. But any other direction... Okay, so south and west, he stair-steps. But going east, they like to go all the way over and then down. So going west, oh, get his attention. There we go. Yeah, there's the stair step. So going west, they have one kind of pathfinding. I wonder if that's true in the mines as well. You might be able to take advantage of that a little bit, maybe. But this way, they're going across, and they're all doing it. They're all going across and down. Now, the house blocked him, so he got confused up there. Now, if we bring this group down... So they're going to go across and down, crossed and down, crossed and down, crossed and down. He got lost. I'm not sure what his problem is. But if I bring them all to me here... We go up this way. Most of them are stair-stepping. I think I got out of range of him. So he went off in a different direction, but... Alright, let's see what they drop. Wow. That iridium golem took some shots. We did not get iridium ore, though. Got Omni Geodes, some carrots. So we did get some seeds from him. I think the carrots came off of him. Alright, let's see if we can get another one. Yeah, he took some shots. We were one hitting everything else. Let me make sure I don't have a cheat on as well, so we can actually see how much power. Yeah. Infinite health is fine. One hit break is fine. Yeah, I don't have one hit kills on, so. Okay, we're good there. Come out, wherever you are. He took a shot. How much damage are they doing? 11. 112. 3. Looks like 3 or 4 shots. I got iridium ore off of him, though. Three, 4 shots on that. Alright, iridium slimes seem to be the monster of the day here. Not a lot of spawn today, so it is definitely a little bit random. Alright, we'll do one more night, see if we can get something good. Let's try a little earlier in the day. How about 10:30? Is that their favorite trick? Come on, I'm taunting them. Okay, that one's just a normal one. You can definitely tell, though, at the higher levels, these guys are a lot tougher. Again, we had a weapon we shouldn't have had at combat level 1, but we were knocking them out. Hey, some grass finally grew. All right, so I would put the monsters in as potentially annoying if you're trying to get something else done. But they do spawn with your level. Not horrible. And I can't remember. I did not turn on, and I don't know if I can get to it. I don't know if there's a cheat for it. Advanced. But I'm pretty sure I didn't turn on the spawn monsters. So this would be the lighter weight version of this, I believe. So your spawn rate might vary a little bit. These are all just unlocks. Yeah. Can we do that back at the... Is that something you can do when you load? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so when I made that farm, I don't think I went in here. So in the wilderness farm... Okay, if it defaults to on... Let's check something. Okay, it defaults on, so it probably is on. Never mind. Yeah, the witch's hut. Okay, so it was probably on. So there you go. Okay, so let's wrap up the wilderness farm here. So what do we have for the wilderness farm? First off, we'll take a look at... You know, there was the original version in the daytime. Lots of tillable land. So a decent farming farm. There are better ones, but a decent farming farm. Obviously, its main perk is the monster spawning stuff. That is really the strength of this farm. A little bit of fishing, but I wouldn't take this one for fishing. 35% is pretty low. This 70%, like this is 100% fish here. So, but it definitely is if you're combat oriented and like to do the combat. Probably not a bad farm. So, all right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Next up is the Four Corners farm, the multiplayer farm. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Yeah, I can imagine if you're not used to having monsters on your farm, that would catch me off guard for sure. Yeah, it'd be rough. Camp your door. So, but if you go to sleep, will they be gone in the morning? I didn't test that. We could test that real quick. Let's do that real quick. Can you wait them out? Let's go get us some monsters. Alright, we got a shadow dude. Another wilderness golem, another wilderness. There's a purple one. They are so much faster too, though. Oh, he got stuck. His pathfinding got stuck there a little bit. Hey, come on, guys, follow me. All right, let's get him to our door. All right, so now we're hiding inside. Obviously, my time is paused, but all right. But I'm hoping if you go to bed, they should be gone, right? Yeah. But it would suck if you wanted to go out and get some more work done, for sure. Okay, before we jump into our next one, let's throw a poll up here real quick. We've covered 5, but the poll will only accept 4 options. So we'll do the first floor. What is your favorite farm part 1? We're going to have to do this in 2 polls. Alright, number 1 is standard. Number 2 is Riverland. Number 3 is Forest. Number 4 is Hilltop. We'll just do the first 4, and then we'll do the next 4 in the next poll. Alright, we'll get that rolling. I think I might have spelled Riverland wrong. Nope, okay, it's alright. Alright, we'll get that cranking while we move on to our next farm. So our next farm is the Four Corners farm. Jen, I hope you're still with us. This is the one Jen wanted to see. I named my guy Buddy because you're going to have friends on this farm. All right, Four Corners. So here's what the Four Corners farm looks like. This one is a little bit larger. It's square as opposed to being like wider and skinnier. So it's a taller farm than the other farms in general. Obviously, Four Corners, you can see we've got these things in the center that are blocking stuff. There's our southern exit right there. There's our northern exit, our eastern exit. One of the biggest things I see on this one is you've got your cave and your warp location centrally located here. If you were playing on this farm solo, you could put your house in such a way that you literally would warp in and then almost immediately go right into your house. That could be a nice little perk. We've got Grandpa up in the corner. We've got our standard, marriage thing and everything up there. We have a very, very tiny pond there and there, but a large pond here, a little quarry here. So let's kind of talk about those features. So one of the things that's interesting about this farm is if we look at it, the top left kind of has the features of the forest farm, right? So up here, somewhere, I'm going to guess it's that one right there. That is a renewable stump, just like on the forest farm. Then in the top right is kind of like the standard farm. So it's mostly all farmland with a nice little tiny pond. But this is really your biggest farming area. Although they all have a really good amount of farming area. Then in our bottom right it has some of the features of the hilltop farm. So namely this smaller little quarry here. So you gain that advantage. And in the bottom left, we have a pond for fishing. And it has a 50% chance for cinder sap fish. So if we jump over to the wiki, there we go. Bottom left, this quadrant has a pond, 50% chance of catching fish from cinder sap. I'm going to guess 50% trash. It doesn't say it there for sure, but that is there. So, and then yeah, absolutely. Then you've got a kind of this little central area as well. I'm seeing blockage there, blockage there, blockage there. If there is a tunnel there might be. We'll check on that. I see blockage on both sides of that as well. So early on, you're going to have to funnel through the center. That being said, your exit here is actually a lot closer to your starting spot. Usually, I mean, the exit's still down here, but as far as debris goes, like, it doesn't take a lot to clear out to get to your southern exit, which is kind of nice. All right, so that is a preview of the farm. We'll let the poll run for a little bit longer. Let's go ahead and jump back into this view. I'm going to guess parsnips. Yay! Again, so far every farm has given us the package of parsnips and a quest to plant them. So, okay, let's see. We need our iridium tools. And we'll grab our warp totems. So this farm, I'm going to kind of put into the classic kind of jack of all trades, master of none. It's got a little bit of a lot of things. So probably the best balanced set of perks that the farms have. So you get just a little bit of everything. All right, we'll turn that on. Leave that there. The order of these doesn't matter. It's mostly for me just muscle memory because I'm used to them being in certain spots. All right, let's go outside and take a look. So first off, we already got our greenhouse conversation. There we go. Let's also scale time up so Robin will go. I'm going to try to see. Now, obviously, I think this is a little random. Okay, I don't think so. I want to try to see if I could get out of the farm to the south. Now, we can get out to the north and to the east pretty easily, but... without actually destroying anything. All right, we'll go scythe-wise. Yeah, 2 shots and we're out. That's actually pretty good. So as far as escaping, actually pretty easy farm. All right, let's tractor up. Let's see, I see me going okay. Yeah, the tractor's a mod. If you do use it, I would recommend turning it down. I'm just using it to show things. I think it could pull away from the game a little bit. Yeah, buffering's horrible. Okay, so again, we've got blockage there. Let's go clear this bottom section. Okay, so again, a smaller quarry, much smaller, but again, having a quarry on your farm, definitely an advantage. Alright, let's get the northwest corner here. Alright, I think we got everything. So arguably that greenhouse is in kind of a crappy spot. But pretty open. Alright, let's go ahead and clear our blockages. Alright, that might be the tractor. Hold on. Let's jump off our tractor. Oh no! Okay, so that's just a ramp up. Nice! Okay, I thought that might be like a tunnel. But no, you can cross over. You just go across. Again, they're blocked, but okay, I'm digging that. That's kind of cool. I was expecting a tunnel. Again, we clear our... So most of these blockages are just going to be, when you eventually get them cleared, it just makes navigating the farm a little bit easier. Okay, we are clear on the farm. So, a couple of things to look at here. Let's jump over. So our Four Corners farm, 2,952 tillable tiles, the second most. So as a farming farm, very, very strong. 3,514 tiles, 1, 2, 3, looks like the fourth biggest there as well. So second most for tillable, fourth biggest. We can see, let's go ahead and pull a screenshot here. I think this thing tilled out is going to be pretty crazy. Actually, let's move the greenhouse first. And then we'll pull a screenshot. Alright, let's see. Let's pull it out of there. Okay, well, we pretty much know that this space up here is tillable. So we'll just stick it there. Interesting enough, the cat dish is down there, which I think is probably in tillable area. Alright, I want to see if that's tillable back there. So let's just move this. Okay, we know where it's sitting there is all tillable soil, so I want to see if that is back there. It should be. And then probably not around the ponds, but... Oh, it's not. Okay, so that's good to know. That's more buildable space. Corner. Yeah, this one has a ton of farmable space. Very squared off as well. Much. Oh, you could plant one there, and it looks like one there, actually. Can you plant on all 4 of those? I don't know that you'd want to plant in your paths, but you could, I guess. Let's see. No, I don't want the artifact. I just want the seeds. There we go. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, so that's just the shadow. So that's not tilled out, actually. Okay. What about the other ones? Okay, you can't plant there. Alright, so it lets you plant down a little ways, but from here down, that's just shadow. That's not actually tilled. So you can plant a little bit in those paths, but not a lot. It's a little weird. Same thing here. You can't plant on the back side of the pond. Wouldn't have expected to. Okay. We'll pull those up for our screenshot. There we go. All right, let's pull this. And 4 corners, where are you? There you are. Okay, so here is our pre-4 corners. Again, honestly, if you wanted to get, I mean, I'm kind of looking at this and saying you have some already cleared land right in the center. So you don't even have to clear that much to get your first set of crops planted. But again, once we till this up, lots and lots of farming space and big sections, right? Not ill-shaped. Like, you know, through here is a little weird. But yeah, just big sections of farming. Now, if we look at this farm, its strength or theme is multiplayer. So I think the general concept behind this one is 4 different players or 2 in each section kind of take over a section. But I'm looking at this as kind of like, you know what? I could have a farming area. I could have a mining area. I could have a fishing area. And then I guess you could dedicate all that to Grandpa, but that's probably not going to happen. Okay, let's see. Anything else in here? So yeah, oh yeah, we got the large stump. So the large stump, I believe, is going to be there in the grass. So let's go sleep. Let's see where it respawns. All right, so much like the standard farm, we got a lot of 4 levels of foraging and 2 levels of mining. All right, so 2 things we want to check here. So again, we've got respawn happening there in our little mini quarry. And our respawn stump. So it's not 8 stumps. But again, it's that trickle of hardwood. You know, once you can clear a stump, like I can't clear it with this weapon or this axe, right? So you couldn't get it right away, but that's an early level of some hardwood that you could pull off of this farm. And same thing down here, you get a small little quarry. Okay, so a little bit of everything on this farm. Fishing wise, 50% on the fishing, so better than the forest farm, same as the hilltop. So yeah, it's probably same as hilltop, basically. Not as good. same-ish, just without the wood skip. Same as that one. And the beach is a whole different beast of stuff, but and a little bit better than the Meadowlands, actually. So better fishing than the Meadowlands. You've got a quarry, which is not as good as Hilltops, but better than any other farm, because no other farm has that. You've got a large stump, which is not as good as Forest, but better than every other farm, because only Forest has that. So it's a little bit of Forest, some standard stuff, a little bit of Hilltop, and honestly, yeah, just kind of the bottom two sections are both Hilltop inspired. So Hilltop, Forest, and Standard kind of mixed together. Not a bad little farm. Again, obviously, I think its design is meant for if you had multiple people playing, they could each have their own little sub farm to kind of work on. Not that you can't share everything, but okay, interesting little farm. Let's go ahead and check in on the poll. Uh-oh, I see a rave request. Have we hit a number? 17 likes. 3 more likes, and we will chicken rave. So, okay, let's check in on the poll. We'll go ahead and end this one. We have Forest in the lead at 43%. Standard second at 29. Riverland and Hilltop tied at 14. So, okay, we'll end that one. And then we'll come back to it later. All right, so I could see this one being kind of cool. I do like the central location of this stuff. Again, I might even early on move my house down here. Because if you moved your house here, you're close to an exit there, relatively close to that exit, and relatively close to that exit, and really close to your warp. Anyway, at least when I started warping, I would probably move my house down here, because you could warp and then be home quick. Let's see, let's go over to we'll wait for Robin here. Uh-oh, it's Tuesday. Robin's going places. We'll make it Wednesday. Oh, and it's rainy. I don't want it to be rainy. Let's make it Thursday. We must rave. Oh, sounds like we have a raccoon tree. All right. Go to work, Robin. I'm in your kitchen. Okay, so if we grab the house. Let's try that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn time back on. Okay, so it's 10:40. We're going to pretend that's 1:40 in the morning. And we're going to let that change to 1:50 and see if we can get, how quick we can get in the house. All right, so it's 140, 140, 140, 140, 150. Warp. Little pause in time there. Nice. That's a pretty quick recovery. If you were panicking, see if I can warp twice. Well, that would have been in the door there. Okay, I think I got 2 warps in there. Let's see. Let's go back. Time. 1140. Oh, yeah, the enhanced movement speed. Holy cow. Let's turn that off. I forgot about that. Let's go back to normal. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's so slow. Okay, 140, 140, 150. We warp home. Yeah, even with my bed all the way across there, we made it. If I had my bed there, we would have made it quicker. Can I get a second one in? Nope. But yeah, that's cutting it. You could be a third of the way into 150, I think, and still make it. So let's press our luck here. All right, we're gonna go to 1250. Actually, we'll just do 150. Okay. I didn't notice. Uh-oh. Let's get home. I missed the door, but... And bed. That'd be pretty close. Okay, so if I notice it right away... Oh. Let's move that back up there. There we go. If I notice it right away, we warp... Definitely in bed before 150. Okay. If I don't notice it right away... Let's see. How long do we have per 10 minutes? Let's get a timer here. Stopwatch. Okay, it's about 7 seconds. So you have about 7 seconds once 150 hits. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to wait out to 3 seconds before we warp and see if we can still make it. All right, 140. All right, once that hits 150, 150, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 3 seconds of the 7, so you can get to bed in about 3 seconds with that location. That's going to be better than any other farm. Not two things. You'd have to have the warp totems, obviously, but that's about as close as I think you're going to get on any of them. Any other one is going to be above you, and you have to go around the house, right? So if you're thinking that, even if we could warp in like right there. Oops. Hit the wrong button. Stop, reset. That was 4 seconds, so... What are we looking at tile-wise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in door if you're not cutting a diagonal. Even if you could warp there, which most of them are going to be up farther. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 indoor. Yeah, I'd say you're cutting it about in half. So, not a bad little perk if you are a late night person like many of us are. Okay, let's do a recap of the Four Corners farm here. Let's go ahead and open back up. So there was the original non-cleaned up farm. And then cleans up relatively nice. Lots of farming space on this one. So that one's pretty good. Again, its perks are the fact that it has hardwood, infinite hardwood, a lot of farming space. It's got the hilltop quarry, so that should say quarry in there. And then also kind of the same as the hilltop fishing. Second most farming space out of all the farms. 1, 2, 3, and the fourth largest farm. So all in all, a pretty balanced farm. As far as perks that cross a lot of things, I would call this a farming. I don't know if I go full on foraging. You do have the one stump, but you've got farming, foraging, mining, and fishing, all kind of in a lighter weight version than those. So it's kind of a combination of all of these farms put together. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right, let's go ahead and go back. Our next farm is going to be the beach farm. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll explore the beach, which I think is one of the biggest farms in the game. I'll see you all in 2 minutes. We are back. Thanks for staying with us. Next, we have the beach. This thing is a monster. So I named him after Jimmy Buffett. So if you haven't noticed, I named all of my people like Buddies because this is a social farm, Wild Man for the wild wilderness, Berry because of berry bushes, Bub because of bubbles on the Riverman farm, Stan for standard, Stone for the quarry. So we got Jimmy Buffett, and we've got Coop because of the chicken coop. So let's get Jimmy. All right. So on this one, we get our parsnip seeds, just like we always do. And so, oh, here's a poll. No, I'm not going to put that as a poll. I'll just ask it. Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville or Cheeseburger in Paradise or Volcano? What's your favorite Jimmy Buffett song? While we get this one set up. All right, let's go ahead and get all of our normal stuff set up here. Advanced. Let's get Evelyn to come out and talk to us. Thanks, Evelyn. One, two, three, four. Warp totems. Margaritaville. It's not a bad choice. Obviously, it's probably the one he's most famous for. I like Cheeseburger in Paradise. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so beach farm, obviously beach. You can already see it just in this little section. But if we jump over to here, this thing is absolutely gigantic. Like I said, this is zoomed out farther than the other ones because if we go back to just the standard map here, oops, standard farm, and let's put this at 10%, right? You can see how big it is. And then if we go up to the beach farm and we put the beach at 10%, you can see how much bigger the map is. Now, a lot of that is water, right? So that's just the image size. But don't be deceived by there's a ton of water, so there must not be a lot of space. This farm has a lot of space on it. So if we look at it, the beach farm has the most total tiles of all the farms. And it has the third most tillable. Now there's an asterisk next to that, which we'll talk about here in a second. But if we just take a look at the base beach farm, we can see lots of beach, right? We've got this little section here, which we'll talk about in a second. And then obviously this is on all non-tillable in this section. We got Grandpa's place up here. We got the cave in a pretty standardized cave location. Where is the warp location? Is it up there in the... Oh, no, it's down. Okay. Oh, there we go. This one also, you could probably do the... If you moved your house, you could actually get your house nice and tight next to this warp location, just because it's not on the northern side, which is kind of nice. You can put your house beside it if you wanted to, and open up some of this section as well. Okay, so Grandpa's Cave, warp location. Interesting enough, this one's a little bit different. We have our northern exit kind of where we would expect it, and our eastern exit where we'd expect it. But our southern exit is definitely shifted over. Almost all the southern exits are in the center. But this one is definitely over to the right-hand side. Oops, sorry. There we go. Go back to this view. So our northern exit's there, our eastern exit's there. But the southern exit's kind of down in the southeast corner as opposed to the center. We have a nice dock here. We have a little cave thing there. Spoiler, if you fish there, you can get some special stuff, which is kind of cool. Again, a lot of sandy open area on this farm. And then this little section here. This section is normal tillable dirt. This section is tillable, but with a little asterisk next to it. So let's kind of talk about the features of this farm. First off, you can get forest and beach forageables off of the farm, which is kind of cool. But here is probably the biggest drawback of this farm. And that is you cannot put sprinklers on the sandy area, which is the vast majority of the tillable space, right? So while this farm has a ton of tillable space, again, the third most tillable space, only 202 of that tillable space is in here that you can put sprinklers on. And I think there's a little bit around here as well. So in-game farming, I don't know. I wouldn't want to use this as an in-game farming farm. It has other perks, but the fact that you can't use sprinklers means you'd have to manually water anything you put here. So unless you're using a cheat, which you could, like infinite water or something like that, or I suppose you could put in all of the retaining soil and just plant everything in retaining soil so you don't have to water. It would be a challenge for in-game farming. But it has a lot of other perks, so let's kind of go through that. So again, we've got the forest and beach forageables. The fishing on this farm, as good, if not better than any of the other fishing farms. So, you know, while this one is probably your best fishing farm in general, this one is ocean fishing. So half of your fish, 52.7, are going to come from the ocean. If you want seaweed, you can get a lot of seaweed from this farm. A little bit higher trash level than the other farms, but you can also get oysters, coral, mussels, and cockles at a 5% rate. Yeah, the watering is the downside to this one. You're picking up some perks, right? There's great fishing. There's forageables. And then, oh, I had it on here. Oh, here it is. And then supply crates. Supply crates can wash up on the shore as well. So if we kind of look at that, if we jump up here to the beach farm, seaweed, large open space. Where are they? Steel axe, yeah, good fishing forages. Sometimes there we go. Supply crates. So supply crates can wash up on the shore. And if your house has no upgrades, you can get retaining soil. So that could help you with the sand issue, right? So interesting enough, they're giving you stuff to help you with the sand issue. Geodes, some food, some coffee, cherry bombs. And then when you get an upgrade on your house, you get some more stuff. And if you get 2 upgrades on your house, you get all kinds of stuff there. I think I've seen you go looking for them, but yeah, it's like she always beats you to it. So if we look at this, cherry bomb is twice as likely, 28%. Everything else is 14%. Then when the farmhouse gets upgraded, banana pudding, mango sticky rice are at 5%. Everything else is 11%. So those two are going to be a little rarer in that side. But again, so you're getting stuff, mega bombs, cooking things, food, espresso, geodes, retaining soil, seeds. It doesn't really show in here how often that stuff washes up. How many supply crates have you guys gotten, Dread, over your time? Is it would you call it rare? Where would you put it? But I'm guessing all along these beach sides is where the supply crates would come up. Okay, so Grandpa's place is up in the corner, but kind of in a special place. The greenhouse is kind of funkily in the way, but I do kind of like this little section. The trees in the water are kind of funny. I think there's some more of those over here as well. Yep. So kind of like that. Caves in a relatively convenient place. Your exits are in pretty good space. Outside of this one, this is because this farm is so large. That is a haul. Because you're going the full map. And again, we're talking about the standard farm is 4,160 pixels tall. The beach farm is 7,040 tall. So you're looking at almost 3,000 more pixels north to south. And since you have to actually exit through there, you know, it's not all the way to the bottom. You're looking at a run that is probably, I don't know, 75% more. So 175% the time to get down there. Dread, have you noticed that? Does it feel like a much longer run to get to that southeast corner? Because that is, from here to here, is a long ways. And especially if you haven't cleared the farm. If you have to run that along this beach, That feels like it would take a long time. So let's do it. We're going to do that as a test here. We'll get a timer going here again. All right, let's go ahead and go to the house. And then we'll turn our power run off here. All right. Let's start a timer. And we're just going to go along the beach edge because that's probably... Oops, that's not fair. Let's clear that out. There we go. Okay, so we're at our door. We'll start a timer. And again, we're just going to head for the edge because we know that that won't get blocked. Now, obviously, if you cleared out a path, you could go more direct here. And we won't go all the way to the edge if we don't have to. You know, we'll cut what corner we can there. All right, 25 seconds to get to the loading screen. Let's go ahead and... Let's just load up the standard farm. So 25.89, so almost 26. All right, to make this as challenging as possible, we'll do the same thing. We'll go all the way to the edge. So we have to take the longest route possible. All right, so 18. So 8 more seconds to get... We'll do this test again once we clear the farm, but it's definitely longer, right? So keep that in mind. You're pathing to town on the beach farm. You're probably better off to use the east exit to get anywhere. Just because that's going to be so much longer to get down there. Now, it doesn't mean it would be shorter to go all the way into town and then back to Cindersap. That would be a longer run. We'll time that, but that's definitely going to be longer than 26 seconds, but we'll see here. Yeah, its layout's just enough different, right? Like, even that where that exit's at, being that it's in the southeast corner as opposed to the center, your muscle memory will kick in, right? Actually, that was just at 26 seconds. So it takes the same amount of time to run all the way into town and back to here that it did to just get off of your farm going south. That's how big that farm is. So now, obviously, that's going to change a little bit. So let me get... I shouldn't have set all this stuff up when we first started, but we'll get this thing cleared out, and then we'll do another test here. Okay, iridium. No, you go there. You go there. There we go. All right, Evelyn will swing by our house here. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and tractor up. And crank our movement speed back up here. Leveling. Learning all kinds of stuff. Alright, the horse can get around the greenhouse. That's kind of nice. Okay, so something that I know watching Dread streams that they have talked about is this is your sprinkler land, right? But until you get your upgraded tools, you cannot get rid of these logs. So another challenge to the farm. Not only can you not put sprinklers down, the place you can put sprinklers down, you have to upgrade your tools before you can do that. So yeah, I didn't think my tractor would be able to go through. There we go. So there's your hidden path. Again, it's worth fishing down there. We'll just leave it at that. Alright, let's cut across here. Okay, I think we've cleared to there. Once you open this farm up, though, there is a lot of land. If you wanted to build a lot of stuff, like, there's a ton of open space on this. Okay, let's get a feel for where that exit is. So if we go straight south... Okay, a straight southerly run would be pretty close. Yeah, I think that would be a priority early on. Once you can get to sprinklers, life is definitely nicer, so... Okay, let's go ahead and... Yeah, so no major blockages of pathing. But definitely this is an issue, right? Until you can clear this stuff out with the steel axe, this really prime real estate for planting is tough. There's a couple spots you could get some sprinklers in, but you wouldn't get the nice grid. Okay, let's go ahead and do another timing test here. So we'll go to our front door. We will turn our speed back off. Okay, let's get a timer going. Still 20 seconds. So it cut 6 seconds off of our travel time. And I don't remember what I said the normal farm was, but let's go ahead and get a quick save in here. And we'll do a normal run straight down as well. So 20 seconds, so 26 to 20 on that upgrade. I want to save because I don't want to redo all that stuff we just did. We'll gain some more levels as well, maybe. We still have some work to do on that farm. Alright, let's grab our normal farm here. 18. Yeah, so still, it's 2 seconds longer than the long route here. So, okay. Let's go ahead and go. That was 13 seconds. So again, 7 seconds longer to run direct. That's a direct run, not a long run. So once you clear the land, you're still looking at longer time. Now, 20 is still shorter than the 26 it would take to go into town. So once you get that farm cleared, it's not as bad, but still, that's probably going to be the longest run to Cindersap on any of the farms. All right, let's finish clearing the farm, and then we'll till this one up and see what things look like. All right, cut across the top here. Again, nothing in Grandpa's. 300 XP. I think that's the only one that we got 5 levels of foraging just from clearing the farm. That's pretty crazy. There's a lot of stuff on this farm. Alright, I think it's time to till this beast. Oh, we found an artifact. Alright, we might move the house. Probably should move the greenhouse. Let's see. Oh, it's Tuesday. Robin, go to... Okay, hopefully we caught that in time. That's not a bad farming plot there. Okay, yeah, you can get a little bit of farming down around here. Maybe plant some rice down there. Nothing down here. Okay, let's see if we can catch Robin here. She might already be on her path. Oops. I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know you could travel while on a tractor. We farmed the crap out of Robin's place. They're already gone, so we missed our opportunity. Okay. Fix this real quick. So yeah, 5 levels of foraging just from clearing the farm. Oh, and we didn't check for our parsnips. There we go. All right. Robin, go to work. And then I might have to re-till, but that's okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just see. Yeah, you can wedge that in pretty tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 instead of 8. It's one farther away, but that's pretty tight. Okay, we'll leave that there. Let's go get the greenhouse. I'll pull it off of the island there. Yeah, it'll fit down in here. That's not the best place to put it, but if you're trying to maximize your tillable land, it would be. Actually, the house itself, you could probably wedge in down there as well. That wouldn't be a bad place for your house. There we go. It's a weird configuration, but... And if you wanted to knock some bushes out, you could actually tighten this up a little bit as well. So, okay, good enough. Okay, let's till this beast back up. Okay, you don't gain a lot. There's a few spots out here, but I'd probably build out on that. That's not worth... You gain some up here. where the house was sitting, right? The house was sitting right here. A couple there as well. Alright, let's get ourselves a screenshot. And let's compare. So there is our messy version. Where is the tilled one? There you are. All right, so a ton, like I said, a ton of farmable land, but annoyingly farmable. So unless you are going to invest heavily in deluxe retaining soil, not sure if that's the way I would want to go as a farming type of thing. So again, it's not even the most either. You've got two farms that have more tillable tiles, but it is the third most. But again, only 200 of those are here, which are you can put sprinklers on. So you can't put sprinklers in any of this. So that is the downside, the knock on this farm. If you are definitely into fishing or the planting of stuff, the strength. Definitely a good fisherman farm, especially since you're pulling ocean fish, seaweed, still a pretty high level of trash, but oysters, stuff like that, you can pull out of this as well. And you get forageables, and you get supply crates. So a lot of cool perks on this one. Yes, I am spawning the tractor on a button. So in the mod itself, there is a can summon without garage option. So I've turned that on for this. Normally you would have to build the garage, and you can set the price for the garage, right? It's 150,000 by default. But for the sake of just time and not having to deal with that, I have this can summon without garage, and then summon tractor and dismiss tractor is just set to a hotkey. So it is. If you're going to cheat, go all in on your cheating, for sure. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is let's just go ahead and sleep for like a couple of weeks here. And let's see if we can get ourselves some supply crates to spawn. So let's reset our time to Monday. All right, let's do a quick... Right now on the farm, I don't think there are any. But we'll run the beach here. Yeah, I use the cheat menus for thumbnails all the time. That way I can just go in and do something quick. But yeah, on the tractor mod, that is that's the trick. You have to turn on that option. Can summon without garage, and then you can use it without having to bother with the, because I'll like make a new save and do something in it and then just delete it when I'm pulling thumbnails or doing something like that. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll sleep for 2 weeks. Actually, we'll do it every week. We'll go every Monday. We'll check the beach. Oh, man, that's rough. Now, I will say I only started doing that with the Joja stuff because I hadn't installed any mods yet. So I was in that same boat. For my first run through, I was manually doing all kinds of stuff to try to pull a thumbnail. I even sometimes would load up a video and pull an image off of the YouTube video because I couldn't get something that had already happened and stuff like that. So yeah, it was definitely a pain in the butt. Okay, Saturday, Sunday, and to Monday. All right, so I see forageables. We've got a leek. I see a nautilus shell. Don't see anything up there. Oh, I see 1, 2, 3 supply crates in the northwest corner. Is that a mussel, I think? There. Okay, we got 3 supply crates. Let's see if... Okay, does it say anything about leaving them? Supply crates. 3 types of crates. I don't see anything as far as... should you pick them up right away? Now, I would say it probably is going to follow like most things. The way spawning tends to happen in this game is there's a chance something will spawn. It'll look at open tiles, how many open tiles are available. And if the tile is open, it'll check and potentially spawn or not spawn. So theoretically, if you leave stuff out, it takes out tiles out of the potential spawn, so it would lower your chances. That's how most things spawn in the game. But we're just going to leave stuff and see. We got 3 in week 1. So our forageable's still there. Nothing along the southern edge here. Our shell's still there. A coral spawned. Oh, we got salmon berries. A couple of salmonberry bushes in there. That's kind of cool. A couple up here as well. One up there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 salmon berries. So I see 1, 2, our 3 crates are still there. But no new crates that week. Alright, let's do a 3rd week here. Yeah, it must be salmonberry season. We blew through it, I think. Oh, cool. A minor perk of the farm, but still kind of cool. All right, that's week 3. All right, up along the edge. Again, another... Is that seaweed? Yeah, seaweed spawn. Our coral's still there. I'm not seeing anything spawning on this northern shore. Our 3 crates are still there. We got another seaweed. But interesting enough, we didn't get any more crates. They all spawned like on the first day. Alright, so let's do this then. Let's go ahead and grab... Oh, do you have to break them? Okay, there we go. Cherry bombs. More cherry bombs. Mixed seeds. Okay, so let's go ahead and... It is Monday here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking maybe. If you don't clear them out, you don't get new ones. Let's check to see if any spawned on the first day. Which means it would be in your best interest to always... If you see them, pick them up. Don't just let them sit. Alright, I didn't see anything. Day 2. Rainy day on the beach. Nothing up there. Pick this stuff up just to clear things up a little bit. So I would say for me, so far anyway, the supply crates would not be the reason I would select this farm. Like if it was guaranteed to have 3, 4, 5 a day, it'd be a nice perk, but so far we have not. Oh, there's one. Okay, so there's one. More cherry bombs. Now, as a companion to mining, getting these crates this early and then having bombs to go into the mines with, that would be a nice perk. And cherry bombs is the most common thing that's going to come out of it, right? Like it is a 28% chance when you first start out that you're going to get cherry bombs. So from that standpoint, it's a nice early game perk. Okay, so it wasn't just... Maybe we just got really lucky with that spawn of 3. Alright, didn't see any there. We're still not through the full week, though. Because we did run a whole week, so maybe they were spread out a little bit. They didn't all spawn on the same day. Yeah, no, that's, if you think about it, the cost of either buying or building bombs in the early game is pretty steep. So being able to just find cherry bombs, not a crate, but... Alright, well maybe Sunday's a better spawn. We've only gotten 1. We got 3 in that first week. And then no more for the rest of the... Well, we went 3 weeks that time, but... This time we've only gotten 1 so far. And it was in a different location. Like, so there's nothing in the seed that basically says spawn up there. 'Cause that's where we got our first 3. Some seaweed. Alright, well, our first week we only got 1, so they are definitely not something... We got another leak over there, though. I would put them in a semi-rare category here. Alright, we'll go through another week here, see what happens. But yeah, we're sitting on right now 11 cherry bombs out of 4 crates. That's a pretty good early game perk. And that's the other thing you have to think about when you're selecting your farm. Like, some of the perks of a farm are going to be better for early game. Some will be better for late game. You have to kind of depend on, or to decide what you want to do, right? Do you want an early perk that might hurt you later? So on this farm, the beach farm in particular, the early perk here is... You've got fishing, you've got supply crates, you've got all kinds, you got forageables. There's lots of stuff that you can do directly on the farm. I know in watching Dread and on her farm and Debbie as well, it's like a lot of times they'll get to the end of the day and they've got like an hour or so left. So they'll do some fishing, or they'll do something that you can just do on your farm right before you have to run to the house and call it a night. Whereas if you don't have those perks on the farm itself, you have to actually go to a spot to do that, whether it's mining or fishing or foraging or anything like that. So on this farm, you can just do that stuff directly. All right, we got a sea urchin. So that's kind of cool. I've yet to see anything spawn up here, so I'm not sure if we get a spawn up there. Still, we haven't got a second crate, so I don't think it's a matter of Debbie just taking them all. I just think it's not a common spawn. Yeah, it's a great little perk, right? You know, especially since they're ocean fish as well. You'd have to go a long ways to get to that, so that's something you have to decide, you know, if you're trying to decide which farm to pick. You know, what part, you know, obviously what kind of gameplay do you like? You know, if you hate fishing, maybe don't pick one of the fishing farms. Anyway, the downside to this farm, though, is if you want to farm late game, this is not the farm I don't think to pick. It is not late game farming friendly. Unless you just have so much money that you can deluxe retaining soil pretty much everything and keep it running that way. Like my Junimo farm that I did in my perfection run, once you got that set up here, I don't think it would be that bad. If you set it up with deluxe retaining soil, it'd probably take you 1 or 2 days on the first day to plant it. And then, but then it would run for 3 seasons, right? And you wouldn't have to water it. But once you're at that stage, though, any farm, you can do just about anything you want on it. So, all right, the other thing that I haven't tried is we're just reloading the day. These supply crates may spawn throughout the day, so the way I'm doing this might not be the best test in the world. So if I were doing this, I would probably try to make a loop. Like first thing in the morning, I'd probably make a loop around and then try to do it before I went to bed. That way, if anything spawned throughout the day, you would get it. From experience, Dread, have you found... Like, you checked an area and then checked it later and something did spawn? Because it might, like every hour, there might be a spawn or something. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's a good point. The other thing about these farms is, remember, you're going to eventually unlock the desert and you're eventually going to unlock the island. And so you can move your farming out to the island, right? And use the beach for something else if you wanted to. Yeah, that'd take a longer test. But we're 2 weeks in and we've only gotten one. Now, it could be that the game is confused also because I'm going over the same days again, but we did get that one, so I think it's just random. All right, we'll do this last week. I'll say I'm a little disappointed. I would have hoped for a little bit higher spawn rate on the crates. They're a great perk, but so far relatively rare. You can see the berries. Because that seems like a selling point of this farm. Is, you know what, I have to deal with the no sprinkler thing, but I get free stuff, and I'm willing to make the trade. Oh, there's even berries up on Grandpa's place. Oh, that's the cat. Yeah. I'll put this in a little disappointed on just the crate aspect. The rest of the farm definitely has its cool perks. All right, so the only asterisk I'll put next to this test is, like I said, there's a chance that this isn't just a one-time spawn. It is something that could happen throughout the day. And if that's true, we could get a lot more crates than what we're seeing here. Because I'm just checking, and I don't even have time running, so... Let's turn time on again. We'll go an hour or two here. We'll make some laps around. Okay, so we've seen 0 crates. So we'll run around here a little bit and see if one just shows up. A little mini test. I don't think you can probably remove that stuff either, which is definitely taking up some space. Alright, there's hour 1. We've seen no change. Hour 2. Yeah, I was hoping for more on this. Okay, we're going to let this run till about noon, so let's kind of do a recap on this farm here. Let's go back. There we go. Okay, so that's the farm in all of its clutter. Arguably one of the bigger farms as far as foraging. We got 5 levels of foraging just clearing the farm, which is pretty impressive. If we look at the tilled version, again, lots and lots of tillable land, but only this square here can you put sprinklers on. So none of that land can you use sprinklers on. Oh, I've been turning it on and off because it blocks my spreadsheets and stuff. So I sometimes forget to turn it back on. All right, so lots of plantable. We have the perks of the farm, though. Again, tons of space to plant stuff, but only 200 of those. Well, technically 230, but 202 in that big area are able to do sprinklers. You do get forest and beach forageables. That's nice. We got quite a few of those. I think at a higher rate than we were getting crates. You can fish for ocean fish and seaweed, oysters, corals, mussels, and cockles. But a decent amount of trash. Better than most. Outside of the Riverland farm, you're 50%, 50%, 65%, and 60% trash. So that's a pretty low level there. By far the biggest farm. It has the most total tiles. And then the supply crate thing that we're working on right now, testing, a cool perk. Unfortunately, it just feels like a weaker perk, right? They're just not spawning often enough to make a huge difference. So, okay, so it's 10:50. I just been letting the timer run in the background. We'll do another run, see if anything spawned, but so far we've done basically 6 weeks of spawning, and we've gotten 4 crates so far. Now, part of that could also be because, again, I'm doing all kinds of weird things with time and stuff in this save, but so if your experience is different, throw in the comments if you're watching this later on. If you are a beach farmer, how many crates are you getting a season, a week? Because it's definitely feeling pretty light to me. All right, it's noon. We'll do one more lap to see if anything spawned, but that's 6 hours of game time that we haven't seen anything. The nature's slowly taking the farm back over, though. Hey, Nancy, welcome to the addiction. Getting that first level is nice. Feel like you're making some progress. So, okay. We have one farm left. We have the Meadowlands farm. So, let's take a quick break. We'll come back and do the Meadowlands farm. We'll do a second poll. We'll pick our favorite farm in the chat, and then we'll let you guys in the comments down below vote for yours. And we'll wrap things up. So I'll be right back with the Meadowlands. All right, we are back. Time to check out the Meadowlands. Now, this is the farm that my current Joja run is using. So I've been playing on this one quite a bit. Let's grab our buddy Cooper. All right, the first thing you're going to see that's different on this one is we got hay. So every other farm gave you parsnip seeds. This farm is set up different, so you don't get that original parsnip seeds. Also, it changes this opening quest. So this opening quest, instead of planting a parsnip, you have to harvest an egg from your chickens. So already a different start. It's the only one that's different in that regard, but it is a difference. So let's go ahead and take a look here. So this is the farm. This is also a larger farm. Now we do have some of that being, you know, you can only go up to here. So there's some buffer there. There's some buffer there. There's some buffer there. So definitely the image is larger, but the farm itself is a little bit smaller. But if we look at the stats on this farm, again, this number I made up myself because this information is not in the wiki. For whatever reason, this farm is the only farm in the wiki that if you look at it, they all have this line at the bottom. The number of tillable tiles, non-tillable tiles. Until you get to this one. The number of tillable tiles on this map, 2066, it doesn't have that second side. So what I had to do is I went, and here's where I pulled my information from. I did not do this for all of the farms. If you go to the beginning of the wiki and you go to the interactive farm planner here, I grabbed this, I opened up this, I grabbed the my Meadowlands farm. There we go. Right, so that's the Meadowlands farm. Then what I did is I just deleted out the buildings. I think that's everything. Yep. Then what I did is I came in here and I planted a crop, and I just filled in as much of the land as I could. Like this. And this is a little weird because I think it'll let you put crops that you may or may not be able to put them in those spots. But so anyway, that's all of the crops that you can put in. Then I came in here and I grabbed stone flooring. And I did the same thing. I just placed stone flooring in here. Now you're going to see some weirdness here. We'll fix that in a second. This interactive planner just lets you put stuff on any buildable location. So technically these are buildable locations for like crab pots and stuff like that. So then what I had to do is I just went in and I cleaned all these sections out, right? I'm not going to do all that right now, but I cleaned out all the spots that were that. Then what I did is I went in here and I said, okay, show me the object counts. And I took this math or these numbers and calculated how many total spots and how many were plantable and found the difference. So that's where I pulled my number from. So is it 100% accurate? No guarantees on that, but that is what I did in order to get at least a usable number. So based off of that math, again, the 2066 came from the wiki. This number is coming from my calculation to get there. Yeah, it was what I couldn't find it online anywhere that anybody had calculated it. So that's what I did. Okay, so of the farms, you know, it is the, let's see, first, second, third, fourth, fifth biggest in tillable areas, but the second largest as far as just farm. Larger than the standard, but not as big as that beach farm. If you look at the image size, you know, it is 6,400 by 4,800 as opposed to 5,120 by 4,160. So it is a larger farm, but not as big as that gargantuan beach farm at 7040 by 7040. So what are the perks of this? First off, you start with a chicken coop and 2 chickens. This is definitely driven to be an animal rancher / farming style farm. Although you can do some fishing as well. Like we saw, you get 15 hay instead of the parsnip seeds. It also changes that quest. So instead of having to plant your parsnip seeds, you have to harvest your eggs. Fishing wise, I would say below average. You can get some fish out of it, 40%, but 60% of your fish are going to be trash. So again, if we go back over, the general layout, we've got our northern exit, our eastern exit, our southern exit. Those are pretty standard. We have our cave all the way down here. So this is one of the few where the cave is actually quite a ways out of the way. Normally the cave is all usually up here around the top. The other thing that's a little bit weird on this one is your warp totem is right here. Right now that is blocked. If you warped into there, you get stuck. But it's a tree. You can chop that down, but getting up into there is a little painful. Also, your general run from your warp spot to your house is going to be a little bit longer than some of the other spawns as well. There is a path right here behind this tree, but you can see here that it's blocked. by this stump. But up in here should be, yeah, Grandpa's shrine is behind that tree right there. So you kind of got this little separated area with a little walkway there. Again, we've got our broken greenhouse, but you can see the blue grass, right? In amongst the green grass, we've got bluegrass. So this is one of the perks of this farm, is the fact that it spawns the bluegrass. Now, what does bluegrass do? Bluegrass is your... There we go. It's a more powerful version than the normal grass, I guess. It does things like it takes less to feed your animals, so they go through it a little bit less. I believe it also gives them a friendship boost. So twice as much friendship for eating normal grass. So this is definitely set up for animals, for sure. Now I'm going to jump back over here. Before we set this save up, I am going to go ahead and jump on to, since I have a playthrough right now going on, Azul McBlue here. So on this farm, I have worked on making the bluegrass. I've recently chopped it out, but this whole section, I basically chopped out all the green and left the blue, and it has multiple times completely filled in with bluegrass. And then what I do is I go through and I chop it out to make hay and let it expand again. But I've basically set this farm up so that it's Monday the 1st, so I've got a garbage or trash debris spawn going on. But the bluegrass has basically taken over. This is what it would look like by default. Like, this would be the green grass and this would be the bluegrass. So that is kind of what that looks like. All right, let's get to cleaning up on this farm. All right, let's see. Time. We'll freeze time. Don't think we need to change anything else. Let's set the greenhouse. And let's set the time to... There we go. So again, we get hay instead of parsnips. I actually started doing that. I started counting tiles. I'm like, there's going to be like thousands of these. I can't do this. And so I just said, you know what? This will get me close enough. It's probably within 50 to 100 tiles correct. I wouldn't say it'd be off by much more than that. So, all right, let's start cranking this one out. Let's go ahead and grab our tools. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed when I was going through the list, and then all of a sudden it's like, really? The last farm doesn't have all of the info on it? It was kind of sucky. I'm really actually surprised somebody hasn't updated the wiki, right? Like that seems like something that the fans of Stardew would fix up, but I'm not going to update it because I'd have to be a lot more secure or certain in my methodology before I put anything in there. I'd have to go and check to see if those numbers are accurate to what's in the wiki, because again, that's a separate program, you know. Or the other thing you could probably do, I didn't ever actually check this. Let's put down a farm computer. I want to check something here. Pieces of hay, total crops, unwatered crops, crops ready, open tilled soil, machines ready. So I don't think, let's see if it... let's see. Yeah, if it would count that, then you could probably just, you could just put in flooring everywhere that's not tillable and count that. I suppose what you could do, and this would take a long time. Like if you put down a, man, this would take forever to do, but like if you went through and put machines on every tile that is not tillable but buildable. Unwatered crops, machines ready. Those should be, oh, then you'd have to put eggs in them all. So yeah, it would be a lot of work to actually get all that set up, so. There might be a program to do it, I don't know. All right, let's tractor up. So again, you can see this is kind of blocked. But there is our warp location. We are going to go ahead and take out all the grass as well. That's what we've done with every other farm. But again, you can see we're blocked getting up there, right? All right, work our way down the west side here. You can see, though, quite a bit of, or quite a few stumps and things. Okay, so we've got our chicken coop here. Now it does start with 2 chickens. So they're babies. 1 brown, 1 white. They're given random names, Clover and Lucky. And again, fencing and things like that. Water's a little bit far away from your planting, right? So if you have to fill your water can, you have to come all the way over here. It's a little bit of a downside to the farm. So we can see we've got, again, a blocked section. So that's a little hard to get to. We've got interrupted in our tillables. You know, we've got a pond, we got grass islands. Now keep in mind the blue grass and the green grass will not grow on the grassy sections, at least not without a mod. There are mods to turn that back on. So, alright, let's go ahead and do another round here. We'll go ahead and pull out our high-end tools here. Clear our stumps. Not a lot of boulders on this map. There's a few. More stumps, though. And a little heavier boulders over here, I guess. So there's our cave. Again, probably the one cave that's the farthest out of the way. Okay, I think we got everything there. Let's go ahead and we'll move our stuff. Hello, Miss Robin. So quite a bit of space up in here, honestly. And let's grab our greenhouse. It's just in a weird spot, but... I don't think that's going to be tillable, but... Where's the kitty cat? Let's move that. Alright, I'm going to move this just over here. But yeah, as far as non-tillable placement, pretty liberal. All of this section, good part of that section. You got plenty of places to put things. Even this whole section up here. Pretty wide open, so. All right, let's stick with that. All right. So first thing is, this is where your house starts. You've got basically something very similar to the standard farm's open spot, right? You got a nice area to start your farming. If you took the fence out here, you'd gain some decent little farming plot there. Technically, you've got a few little farming plots along the beach side there. Now, as you saw on my other farm, you know, really a lot of this space I've just reserved to keep growing grass. Okay, that should be everything. Let's grab ourselves a screenshot. Okay, so that's the original farm there. And what did I name that guy? Cooper. There we go. So there's the tilled out version. So you can see you kind of have two sections, right? The upper right hand section is kind of like your starter farm. You got kind of a secondary thing going on here. I have 16 chickens in this area, and they still haven't eaten all of the grass that spawned there to start. I haven't even touched all the grass down here. Not the most convenient for a farming farm, right? If you look at some of these areas, they're definitely not the most wide open, right? So if we pop over here, again, if you're thinking Junimo hut wise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You wedge one in there, maybe a little bit. Maybe one in there. But you're not going to get full use. Hey, Parker, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We do appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your night. So again, not the most efficient if you're going to try to make a Junimo hut farming type of hut type farm. And again, it doesn't have, it's the first, second, third, fourth most tillable tiles. So while they list it as a farming farm, I definitely think of it more as a ranching farm. This thing is set up because of the bluegrass and just the way it's arranged. If you turn this all into prairie and fields, you could set your chickens and barns and stuff just basically along this northern edge. And then your animals can just eat to their heart's content, right? You'd have this huge kind of prairie. So that's something to consider, right? If I were going to do farming here, I would probably move my chickens from here, turn this into farm, and then turn all of this into just grass growth. And that's kind of what I've done on mine. Right now, my chicken coops are all up here, but they're going to get moved down to right on here. Because again, the grass will not spawn in the green areas. It'll only spawn on the farmable, tillable tiles, unless you put a mod on to change that functionality. Okay, so going through this, a relatively large farm, the second largest farm as far as space. The first, second, third, fourth largest as far as plantable areas. Big perk here, you start with a chicken coop and 2 chickens. The blue grass, you don't have to plant it. It just starts and expands. And I've been able to manage that relatively well. You have a different starting thing going on there. And you can do some fishing here, although I rarely fish on my farm. I'd rather have a higher percentage, but if you're killing some time at the end of the day, it might not be a bad thing. So there's our original look. There is our tillable spaces look. There you can see the little plank bridge that does exist there once you move the tree and stuff like that, and the little rock or stump that was blocking it. Downsides, again, this cave being so far away, I think I would rather have the chicken coop here, but I find it interesting that almost all the farms have their cave essentially right here on the left side of the path, and this one's all the way down here. This little area is interesting. You kind of have a special place for Grandpa, which is kind of a theme that we've seen on some of the newer farms as well. All right, let's go back in here. Take a last kind of look around here. Yeah, so this farm doesn't spawn anything or anything like that, so we'll go ahead and go in and save, though, so we don't lose that work. All right, we got level 1 foraging, level 2 foraging, level 3 foraging, level 1 mining, level 4 foraging, level 5 foraging. So by and large, one of the higher levels of foraging. I think we had 2 farms. The beach farm as well hit level 5. I think the standard hit 5 or 4, and then they were all downhill from there. And again, that's just because there's so much space on this farm. Cutting down all those trees and things like that. It is kind of interesting, though, from a foraging standpoint. Foraging seems like it'd be a hard skill to raise. Well, half of your skill set is on your farm in some of these farms, so that's not too bad. I think that's most of the key features to this farm. All right, let's do our second poll. We're also sitting at 19 likes, so we're 1 away from another chicken rave. All right, let's see. What is your favorite farm part 2? There we go. Okay, so in this one, we've got the wilderness. We've got 4 corners. We've got beach. And we have got Meadowlands. All right, let's kick this one off. And then we'll do one more poll after that one's done, where we will just take the top 2 from each poll. You need a lurker. You need a lurker to give us one more like. So we can end with a rave, right? All right, we'll let that poll run for a couple of minutes. And while that's going, let's just do a general recap here of what we looked at today. So there are 8 farms that ship with the game. We only covered the ones that are in the vanilla game. Obviously, there's more layouts and stuff that you can get with mods and things like that. The standard farm is basically the default, right? It is designed to get you started, and if you want to do farming, it has by far the most farming space. So relatively large farming plot. Number 2 was the Riverlands, set up more for a fishing farm. And you'll see the first 5 are really divided up across the 5 skill sets. You know, the 5 skills in the game. So Riverlands, you start with a fish smoker, you get bubble spots, and you can fish up from 2 different areas on your farm. If you want to fish, that's the farm for you. Farm number 3, the Forest Farm, set up as a foraging thing. You've got berry bushes, you've got those renewable large stumps for hardwood, you've got season forageables, at least in spring, summer, and fall. It didn't look like it worked for winter. A little bit of fishing. Half of your fishing is going to be trash, but you can pick up the wood skip that you could get in the secret woods as well. So this is kind of like adding the secret woods to your farm a little bit. Hilltop is your miner farm. Definitely on the smaller side. You know, these 3 have the least amount of farming, but a lot of perks. It's got a quarry in it. You can get stone nodes, ore nodes, and geodes. And then again, 50% cinder sap fish, 50% trash. Farm number 5, the Wilderness Farm, set up for combat because monsters spawn at night no matter what. You can turn that on for any of the farms, but this one it's just on. If you do turn it on, though, you get extra stuff. So you get more spawn. You get exclusive to this farm iridium golems. Those won't spawn on the other farms. So you can get iridium ore that way. Not the best fishing farm, right? 65% is going to be trash. So you can get some mountain. But it's the only farm that you can fish mountain fish out of. So a little bit of a perk there. The Four Corners Farm. This one is set up for multiplayer. Each of the corners kind of has a different theme. The top left has a large stump for hardwood, so kind of like the Forest Farm. The top right is very much like the standard farm. The bottom left the bottom right, has a quarry, and the bottom left has a pond for fishing, which is both of those are similar to the Hilltop Farm. That quarry is quite a bit smaller than the quarry up here, though. Although if you're clearing it every day, I don't know, it probably spawns a good amount, so it's okay. The Beach Farm. Beach Farm is huge. We did some timing tests just to run north to south. This farm is a large farm. As far as placeable tiles, it is the biggest farm that we have. And the 3rd biggest as far as tillable. The downside to this one is you can't place the sprinklers on the sand. So that means 200 squares, 200 tiles, 230 if you find all of them. You can use sprinklers on, but really that big square is like 202 tiles. You can get ocean fish from here. Probably the second best trash rate, if you don't count. Yeah, the second best trash rate. But you can get some things that you would normally get either from foraging or crab pots. You can also get seaweed and ocean fish there. Supply crates come up. We're still on the fence on how often. This feels like a perk that could be raised a little bit. It seems like a pretty rare thing. Again, it is free stuff, so you wouldn't want to take it up too far, but it seems a little bit light. I think I would say it should be somewhere around half to as many of the artifact spots that you see, right? That'd probably be a relatively decent balance. The last farm is the Meadowlands Farm, also a little bit larger farm, definitely geared towards animals. The second biggest as far as placeable, you start with a chicken coop and 2 chickens. So within 4 days you have eggs. I'm making tons of money just off of chickens in mine. Perks on that, it grows bluegrass. You get 15 hay instead of parsnip seeds. You also get a different mission. Fishing is below average on this farm with a pretty high trash rate. So those are our farms. The other thing that we can look at here is, so that's the Meadowlands, the beach, the Four Corners, the Wilderness Farm, the Hilltop Farm, the Forest Farm, the Riverland Farm, and the Standard Farm. The other thing that is different is each one has a different cabin. So the Meadowlands Farm has the dresser, which is kind of cool. This one has a bookcase, and again, they're decorated differently. Different tables. They all have a bed and a TV. You're going to see that in pretty much all of them. A little bit different light, some different decorations on that one. Same thing, different decorations. This one does not have a table. It's got a little end table, but no actual table and chair. So that's a little bit different on the Wilderness Farm. This one's interesting. It has bamboo mats instead of actual chairs. A little bit different theme. I like the mining stuff on the wall. Again, TV, a lot more plants and stuff in the Forest Farm. Our Riverlands Farm, we got the anchor and the world map and the portal windows. This one does start with the fish smoker. So there's your fish smoker to start out with that. And then our Standard Farm is there. All right. Let's see where the poll's at. I'm going to go ahead and end it. And let's get ourselves some results. Oops, I didn't look at it. So there we go. All right. We've got beach at 50%. Wilderness at 25%. Four Corners at 25%. What? My Meadowlands. Oh, I love the Meadowlands Farm. You guys are killing me. Okay, let me see. Let's go back up. We'll pull. Where's my other poll at? We'll do a final poll. There it is. Forest. Forest was our top vote getter in the first poll, and Standard was second. I can see that. All right, so final poll will be there we go. Final favorite farm. It's also getting late, so you guys are all burnt out. I get it. Okay, so we had the forest from the first one, right? Let me scroll back up on a different screen so I can see it. There it is. Okay. So we've got forest. We've got standard. And then let's add beach. How many did standard get? 7. Got 2 votes. I'm taking the standard out. Let's do forest, beach, wilderness, and Four Corners. All right. My poor Meadowlands did not make the cut. There we go. The final poll. Can I vote? Will it allow me to vote? I don't know if it will or not. I've been having fun with the animals. Yeah, I actually like the animal stuff. I'm going to have to debate, though. I think I'm going to stick with mayo in the Joja run, which means I'm going to stay chickens, and we're going to go blue chickens because Joja chickens, you need those. But I do think that I'm going to, when we get them, put ostriches in, because that'll probably be our big money maker. And then we'll stay true to mayo. I don't think I'm going to put in like cows and goats and things. I am going to put in, as soon as we get access to rabbits, I'm going to put in at least 1 coop, if not 2, of rabbits, just to get rabbits' feet for gifts, just to give to the villagers. So it'll be the Joja rabbit's foot. We're going to corner the market on rabbit's feet and mayonnaise and coffee. I think that's going to be our run, at least until we get the island. Once we get the island, I'll turn the island into an ancient fruit farm, and we'll do our ancient fruit stuff as well, most likely. Those will be our plans for that one. All right, let's see. Well, there's only 4 of you, I think, still active at this point. So there's 4 votes in. Last call, if anybody wants to get a vote in. And or a like, we're still at 19. Let's see. Get locked in the shed. Wow, you started out wilderness? That's cool. That's a brave thing to do. I just started out standard. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go completely vanilla. So my first one was standard. My second one is the Meadowlands. And mostly I picked that because of the blue grass, because with the Joja run, anything that's blue is what we are doing our best to grab. So yeah, that if you're not expecting monsters on your farm, that's pretty epic, actually. Baking would fit, right? Like, that's kind of a crafty thing. Now, if you're going to do baking mods, are you going to be allowed to sell any of your baked goods? Because that could be, I think that would be in the spirit, right? You're selling things that are artisan, you know? So, you know, I wouldn't do like mayo and cheese and stuff like that, but baking and flour arranging and stuff like that seems to fit a theme. All right, I don't see any more votes coming in, so let's end this. Our winner is the beach farm. I wouldn't mind doing a beach farm. I don't know what theme I'd have to put on it, for sure, but the beach farm looks like it could be fun. So congratulations to the beach farm. Okay, well, that is it. Hopefully you guys got something out of this. The idea behind this was just to explore another gaming system. I know I sometimes don't know all the little features that each individual thing could give you. I know just in going through and looking all this up has changed my opinions on a couple of the farms, right? Actually looking at the data and seeing, you know, just how much of each thing a farm has, whether it's the number of tiles, its perks and stuff like that, definitely opens up the possibilities. I know when I do a new run from here on out, I'm always going to be looking at what is my theme, what is my backstory, what am I going to bring to that playthrough that's different, and you know, so I think that does make the game very replayable. It's weird because outside of MMOs, which I will play for very long periods of time, I often don't like to replay games. But this one so far has me, it's like, no, if I play it through this way, it's going to be different. So I'm liking that about just the general flow of what we're doing. So it is definitely a teacher mentality for sure. Yeah, Nancy, if you have any questions, obviously you've been watching the stream, so you know we have probably spoiled big chunks of it. But congratulations on joining the Stardew group. We do welcome you with open arms to this little addiction that we have. But it is a lot of fun. We'll leave you like we always do, you know. Play the way you want to play, you know, just enjoy it. Don't get too hung up on the best way to play. You know, that usually is going to end in some kind of a negative cult. Yeah, it is kind of cult-like sometimes. All right, everyone. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and call it. I want to thank everybody for hanging with me. 133 views on this stream so far. We're still at 19 likes, so here's your last chance. Any lurkers that's still out there, give it a like. If we get one more like, we will end on a chicken rave. So we'll hold for a minute here before we kind of wrap stuff up. But if you have other types of content or a game system or some aspect of the game that you want to see, feel free to drop it into the comments. I'm always happy to try to find... Okay, one of you, I think, unliked and tried to re-like to get the number up because it went down and it went back up. That is too funny. That's a good try. I will give you credit for that. That is pretty awesome. There it is. There is 20. All right, we are chicken raving. Thank you for whoever was like number 20. If you are a lurker, you do not have to tell us who you were. I completely respect your need to be anonymous. I get that. I lurk in a lot of streams myself that I never actually type. But thank you for like number 20. We do appreciate it. Anything that helps the algorithm is definitely good as well. So let's get the big chicken in there. We'll go full on chicken rave. I need to make one without the text. That might be something I do this next week. So. Oh, I see what Dread is doing. She's cheating. Just log into an alt account and throw a like on. You know what? That's cool. We'll give you a blue chicken. Oh, we got a flashy ravy chicken there. There we go. Nope. There's the blue chicken. Blue chicken for the extra like. And then back to raving. All right, everyone. But if there are some aspects of the game that you want to see a deep dive into, I am working on one for fishing. That one's just going to take some time to prep some of the pieces that I want to do, such as fishing bar sizes and things like that. There's a lot of variables in that one. So I'm working on some stuff on the backside, but I want to have all that put together before I actually do that one. So maybe next Sunday, we might be able to do fishing. But if there's some other game systems you want to see, drop it in the comments, hit me up on social media. I am definitely happy to dig deep into any of these systems and try to figure it out. I know for some people, if you are a visual person, seeing this stuff in practice versus just trying to read it in a wiki does have some value, right? So I completely understand that, and that's what we're trying to provide. We're hoping that we can get that kind of a thing going and help everybody become better players. Because the big part of what we want to do is build community. We're building community around Stardew Valley. But we also believe in gaming communities as a whole. So we will leave you like we always do. Be part of a game community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Go out and watch, play, or create something great. Whatever capacity is your little niche into the gaming culture, it is a big part of what makes all this work. And we do appreciate every single one of you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Tomorrow, we will be back into Joja. We're going to start the fall. Next week, I think as we get through the fall, we should be able to finish the bus stop. We probably will grab the panning. And then we will start working on Skull Cavern and hopefully getting out to the island. At that point, most of our money is going to go into farm infrastructure. We'll probably start expanding the farm once we have unlocked everything. So I want to thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Hopefully I see you guys all tomorrow night for Joja Fall Week 1. Take care, everyone. We'll see you.